All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Clear my mind and my soul. Gave me a new mind. Oh, made me whole. I'll rise up. I'll be the new light. I am awakened. I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Israelites journey.
Shalom and blessings, family. Shalom and blessings. We got a good panel discussion going on here today, right? And it's are the radical Hebrew Israelites the real Jews? Response. All right. So let me greet my brothers on the panel today. We got our brother Najee. Shalom and blessings, brother Najee. How's it going?
Hey, going well today. Shalom and blessings, family. Great to be on. There's somebody below me in the on the panel. I don't know who that is, man. I'm expecting a picture of a new Israelite, but not sure who that is. Who is that below me, Brother Bonnie?
It looked like our brother Ibri in the room. We got a special guest today, brother Ibri, joining us on the panel today. Shalom and blessings, brother Eric. How's it going, bro?
Nah, I'm the mystery guy, man. I'm a guy just under this title. I was just hoping y'all would let me on with a pass, man, because I got. But nah, man, it's a blessing to be here, man. As always, want to give all glory to the great Elohim of Israel. Want to say shalom to my brothers, my brother Najee, brother Bunyah, my brother Eliashah. It's a blessing to be a part of this fellowship, man. Thanks for having me. Shalom to everybody in the chat.
Thanks for having us, brother. Shalom and blessings, Elisha, brother. How's it going, big bro?
Hey, man, blessed, man. Blessed to be on the panel with you brothers. My good brother Bonnie, brother Najee. Definitely glad to see my brother Eric, Ibri Bonnie, Yaakov, and all the brothers and sisters scattered to the four corners of the earth. All praise be to the Most High. I'm going to do a lot more listening today, man. See what jewels you brothers drop and attacking this issue that seems to be so repetitive with these heathens not knowing why we mad, son.
This is an ongoing issue with these heathen and how they view us in the false narratives that they push. I don't know how many brothers and sisters go to brother Dante Forson's channel, but earlier this week I actually came on his channel and I want to thank that brother too. Shout out to Dante Forson. he had a discussion going on in his panel of if a black Jesus could love the heathen or not, and of course the Most High can do whatever he wants to do. But one of my things was when I came up there, I explained he could do if he wanted to love them, he could, but he didn't. He didn't choose them, and the Most High's love is something special. It's not something that's just given to everybody. He particularly bestowed that on Israel and no one else. And I brought out some precepts to explain that, but it was interesting because we have these conversations about whether or not heathens can be saved or not, but we never talk about whether or not Israel can be saved. And the reason why we always talking about, whether Esau can be saved or not, and it's such a big topic because it's only too clear who the antagonist throughout history was. We know that they've done all these wrong things. That's why the question is always about whether or not they can be saved or not, and that conversation wasn't really particularly about whether or not they can be salvaged, but whether or not the Most High chose to bestow his love on them or not. And these are just these are the type of conversations that's going on within the community, and in regards to us being who we truly are, because people expect us to exhibit certain attributes, while the world denies those same benefits to us. So I wanted to actually start this off with a scripture, and let me share my screen real quick. I want to start this off with a scripture, and then I would like to give brothers perspective on the scripture, and then after that we can go into critiquing this guy's video and look at a couple of other videos also in relation to that. So here, let me share my screen real quick here, and I want to start it off with this scripture in Jeremiah. And this is what it said in Jeremiah. Let me make this full screen real quick. Can you brothers see that?
Yeah, we can see it, bro.
All right, great. So I'm gonna start from the top, and the subtitle is "The Restoration for Israel and Judah." And it says, "The word that came to Jeremiah from the Most High, saying, Thus speaketh the Most High Elohim of Israel, saying, Write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. For lo, the days come, saith the Most High, that I will bring again the captivity of my people Israel and Judah, saith the Most High, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that the Most High spake unto Israel, and concerning unto Israel, spake concerning Israel and concerning Judah. Sorry. For thus said the Most High, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man doth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even a time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, said the Most High of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. But they shall serve the Most High their Elohim, and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, said the Most High, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. For I am with thee, said the Most High, to save thee. though I make a full end of all nations, whither I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee. But I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. For thus saith the Most High, thy bruise is uncurable, and thy wound is grievous. There is none to plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bound up. Thou hast no healing medicines. All thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not, for I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of thine iniquities, because thy sins were increased. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrows is incurable, for the multitude of thine iniquities, because thy sins were increased. I have done these things unto thee. Therefore, all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thy adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity, and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. For I will restore health unto thee, for I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said the Most High, because they called thee an outcast, saying, this is Zion, whom no man seeketh after. Now I'm going to stop right there. So let me get y'all perspective on what I just read, brothers. I know it's quite a bit to cover, but I want to start with you, brother Najee.
Yeah, I mean, for the whole thing that you just read, it's incredibly specific. I mean, it's talking about a specific people. And some of what we're going to be talking about and going into today is this, and I'll put it this way, and I'll say this in quotes, this joining of hands together, this, kind of kumbaya, right? No sort of racism, no sort of leaving anybody out. Everyone has some sort of something in common. We've been oppressed, and so have you. So come on in. This scripture that you just read is talking about a specific people, and that is what we need to go into. There's no way to get around it. You can't be part of it if you're not part of that people. And what has been, the attempt is to kind of join everybody together. Everybody's all the same. We're all human beings. We need to get together and stop hating on each other and start loving each other. No, that's not how it goes. So I think that the scripture is very profound, but it just points to something incredibly specific, and that is the Israelites.
Amen. What say you, brother Ibri?
I would agree with what brother Najee is saying. You're dealing with something specific, and what it reflects is, in my view, when the Bible talks about how faithful the Most High is, you're dealing with a situation where his chosen people entered into a covenant with him, and they ended up breaking that covenant. And so we can only imagine how the Most High felt when that happened, just like a union as we would know it in the earth. If any one party breaks that covenant, the other party would be devastated. It would break their heart, and it would even provoke them to jealousy. And this is what we see in the mouth of the prophets. The Most High is expressing to his chosen people what happened as a result of you breaking my heart. This is what I did to you. But because I'm faithful and I have compassion for my people, and I'm faithful to the covenant that I made with your forefathers, this is what I'm going to do on your behalf. And so when I read Jeremiah 30, I'm seeing a lot of things, but in short, I'm seeing the connection between the Most High and his people from beginning to end.
Amen. Amen. Brother Elisha, what say you, brother?
Yeah, I agree with brother Eric and brother Najee, and it begs the question: is that our people are being labeled into a box, being extremists and terrorists, and when you look at these scriptures, it's a message to a particular person, a people, and this is where our anger or where our emotions come from. We're hearing the Most High say these things, and everybody is reading these verses when He says, "I will save you out of captivity." And one of the main things is that when you hear that message, like, okay, this is talking about me. And for us to be attached to these scriptures, man, you got another people that's saying, okay, I'm basically saying this is about me, not about you. Or maybe it's talking about both of us. And there's a lot of confusion there. So the Most High makes it even more specific as you go on the outcasts of Israel. He say all these things that we can start eliminating people from the earth that fall into this category. So now we're sitting here like, okay, now who fits this description? And now we have the people who know that they're the people that this book is talking about. And we're calling out and we're saying nobody's listening. It's like everybody's invalidating, hey, yo, this is us. We got our hand up, this is us. You're invalidating it by not recognizing, our argument. And I'll give you an example. I know a guy that I'm helping get out of prison, and we would send his motions to the courts. And every time the state's attorney or the attorney general would respond, they would never answer the question. Now, the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court of this particular state can choose to answer the question. They can just totally just say, okay, we'll recognize a whole nother issue. We won't answer the question. So because they won't answer the question, because they won't, acknowledge that, hey, this book or these prophecies is talking about us. It's like 10 men, 1 woman, and 1 child. And though there's the ability to take a paternity test, everybody is using their vocation to say this is my child. They're giving reasons. I was with her on the 24th. Well, I was the 25th. I was early on the 24th. And so you got a lot of conjecture there when it's very specific that we have the means to really point out and pick out who this child actually belongs to, who the scriptures is really talking about. And we can't get that out there. All we get is the villainization of our people. And we're never able to really focus on the history that points to us, the archaeology and all those things. And the Most High has given us abundantly within these prophecies to know that, okay, all these words are just denoting, who we are today, how we recognize ourselves, the so-called black man, if you want to put it plainly. So yeah, that would be what I believe the Most High is pointing out, and that our problem is with the other nations.
Amen. Amen. I would say I agree with all of you brothers. In fact, I would say like what I've seen just from all of your responses is that there's nothing really ambiguous about about who the Most High is talking to concerning who is the enemy and who is the adversary and who is the victim and who is the Most High's children within this situation. You got, like you mentioned, and we also read, they call Israel an outcast, saying this is no man, this is Zion who no man seeketh after. And it said all thy adversaries, every one of them. Who have we been an adversary to within the earth? Who have we enslaved? You can't take part in these things and then proclaim that you're the people. You can't be a part of the afflicting the people, and then proclaim that you are the ones being afflicted. And the complete disregard of the suffering of our people is something that kind of permeates not only throughout their community, but even throughout our own. Because why are we still talking about whether or not they can be saved or not? It's not about, they don't need saving. Saving from what? And I this is what I would say. I'll put my money where my mouth is. If anybody can show me the scripture where someone is saved, particularly from hell, where it says salvation is to save somebody from hell, I'll put 500 up for that. But there's no scripture saying anybody's being saved from hell. What we see consistently in the scriptures is that Israel is being delivered out of the hands of their enemies, out of the hand of their captors, out of the land of their captivity, and from all those that hate them, right? We're talking about a physical antagonist. We're not talking about some boogeyman that's going to creep up and do something to Israel later on. We're talking about people who have been harming his children, the Most High's children, since they came into conception, right? We're talking about people that have an ought against who we are and don't want us to exist, all right? So when we looking into the history about who's doing these things and who's lying and who's claiming, it's not us. You know, we are the ones without the power. You know, we are the ones that no one wants to restore. So let's move on to this video. It's an 8-minute long video. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna give the fair use. I don't know if you better click the fair use, brother Najee. No, I got it.
Let me. Oh, yeah, good. I'm glad you got it, because if I can do it, I don't know how.
I got you. No problem.
All right.
All right. Here you go.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. And this is a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Okay. There we got that. Got that out of the way. So here we go. Share my screen. Audio shared. Let's grab this video real quick. Okay, here we go.
I don't normally dwell on the...
Can y'all see it and can y'all hear it?
Yeah, we can see and hear it. Yep.
I don't normally dwell on the unhinged rantings of anti-Semites, but when Jew hate makes headlines,
Anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism.
when rappers proclaim,
I see good things about Hitler also.
when radical Hebrew Israelites gather en masse to preach conspiracy theories, it's time to speak up.
We support Hitler. Because Hitler was killing your people and Hitler knew who the real Jews was.
These groups endorse a toxic mix of anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and a whole lot of other hatreds. They've inspired hate crimes and murder, and their numbers are growing rapidly. So who are these guys? Where did their beliefs come from? And how should the Jewish community respond to them? Our story starts with one of history's ugliest injustices, the transatlantic slave trade. For 400 years, the backbone of the world's economy was the buying and selling of human beings based on the color of their skin. Enslaved Africans in the Americas suffered every torture you can imagine. But while bodies can be enslaved and maimed and killed, faith is much harder to destroy. These communities found hope in the biblical story of the Exodus. Like the ancient Israelites, they knew firsthand the bitterness of slavery. Most enslaved Africans were forcibly converted to the Christianity of their enslavers. But for some, the profound identification with the ancient Israelites crystallized into a theology known as Hebrew Israelism.
As far back as the plantation, if you listen to a lot of old Negro spirituals, wade in the water, go down Moses, but they are spiritually connecting to the strength of Israel. It's not necessarily just about identity. It's about a sort of like spiritual connection to God.
No two groups of Hebrew Israelites were quite alike. Some worshipped in a style nearly identical to Pentecostal Christianity, with Jesus front and center. Others adopted mainstream Jewish practices. Some mashed up the two and added a dash of African nationalism. No matter how they practiced, all congregations believed they were the descendants of the ancient Israelites who had once been enslaved in Egypt. But here's the crazy part that we never see mentioned in history textbooks. It's possible that some enslaved Africans identified so strongly with the Israelites because they were Jews, or at least of Jewish descent. After all, there's been a Jewish presence in Africa for thousands of years. You may be familiar with the Igbo of Nigeria or the Beta Israel of Ethiopia. But did you know that there were enough Jews in the West African Songhai Empire for the king to issue an edict of expulsion in 1492?
All right, so I'm gonna stop right there. Because when we do this, we gotta give commentary in between there. So, you know what's interesting about that to me? What's interesting is that, it's crazy that there was, it's crazy that there was Israelites in Africa. That's crazy. You see what I'm saying? How is it crazy that there was Israelites in Africa when Israel is connected to Africa? When Israelites migrated all the way throughout Africa into Egypt and so on and so forth. Why is it such a far-fetched thing to these people that there would be Israelites that were dwelling in quote unquote Africa? And another thing, let's take it back a little bit further.
It's time to speak up.
Hey, Brother Barney, we can't see the video though.
Hold on.
All right.
Let's take it back a little bit.
These groups endorse a toxic mix of anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and a whole lot of other hatreds. They've inspired hate crimes and murder.
All right, so that right there, line number one. Now this is already been proven, and it's already been stated by federal government, by the feds, by the police, that the people that were involved with those things had nothing to do with Israelites. But this guy, he's able to come on here and make false claims that we inspired these people to do these things. You know what I wonder? I wonder why there's no lawsuit, why we don't have any lawsuits going out against people like this who are doing things and making these false claims. These are serious claims. These are the type of things that if you was Jewish and they said that stuff about you, there would be some lawyers involved. You see? But we as a community, we need to come together and start getting at these people and taking it to the court of law or something for them making these false claims about our movement and what we believe. Because these type of things is what set people up to really get killed. They want to talk about the hatred that's permeating throughout the community that's going to cause hard harm to them, but they're the ones who spreading these narratives right here. That what we believe caused someone to go in the synagogue and shoot someone up.
I mean, brother, I would say, just for argument's sake, what if it did? Like, let's really get to the nitty gritty of it. What if, and this is just a hypothetical, that the brother that jumped out was a so-called Israel. He was an Israelite and he killed somebody. What if he did? Is that the only documented case of a Hebrew Israelite killing a man of another nation, particularly a Jewish person? Do they really want to compare a body count to make a video where they describe us as a hate group predicated off of the shooting of one or two people in comparison to the bodies that these ish people have laid up in Palestine alone and inside the transatlantic slave trade that they profited off of, that they got old money to this day? Or even the Christian church through the Crusades, or Islam and the black slave trade, or any other nation that keeps any type of religion? Do they even want to compare a body count that this propaganda video would point out of one killing? Even if we was to throw them a bone and say, okay, so be it, it was Israelite. How could that even be a propaganda move to say, okay, I'm gonna villainize every last group of Israelites that believe we're the people of the Bible? How could this be your move to say, okay, that makes us a dangerous group, or dangerous to any other so-called religion, even though we're not a religion? I'm just saying for argument's sake. That's how you know it's full of propaganda. We can kill 1,000 people and still should not be able to make this list. You notice they're not using, the inner city killings that we do of each other as a means to say that we're a hate group, because that's a way of invalidating that our claim is that we're the Israelites. So they take this one person. I even had a brother mention to me recently that supposedly Martin Luther King's mother was killed by an Israelite back out in the 60s. I'm like, listen, man, they don't even want to compare body count. Like, this is not even a valid argument to use to say that we're dangerous in any way, shape, or form. And I'm just talking about this specific point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Brother Eric.
No, I was just gonna say that was an excellent point that Brother Lasha made. But the thing about it, and it's obvious, you know, with them being in control, that one side is always going to be classified, G14 classified. You know, most people are not even aware of their dealing in history and you know, when you want to compare body counts. So, but I think the term radical Hebrew Israelite is just a subtle way of them getting ahead of the curve. You know, when you think about different movements in the past that involved our people waking up and showing any form of resistance against the powers that be, quote unquote, it was always labeled under some sort of violence. So when you say radical Hebrew Israelite, to many people that denotes a violent group of people, because that's what they associate us with. And like the brother said, you know, what if that was the case? How does that compare? You know, I was explaining that to a brother earlier. You know, whenever we talk about violence perpetuated against our people, the first thing people want to do is talk about black on black crime. And I'm like, okay, cool. But what about white on white crime? What about any other demographic and the crime that happens within that demographic? You know, yeah, black people kill black people. But when you want to talk about the white murder rate, who's doing that? You know, when you want to talk about the murder rate with the Hispanics, who's doing that? The Indians, the Arabs, whoever. Everybody has their own murder rate. But when it comes to us, all these other demographics are a part of our murder rate. We're not contributing to their murder rate. So when you want to talk about body count, okay, let's, like the brother said, assume that that was the case. Do you really want to have this discussion? And I think that's where the waters start getting muddied a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to have that discussion. I think they really want to push the I'm white and I say so type of deal. You know, where you know they're able to point out some stuff, and then our claims are immediately rejected or just swept under the rug like it's not valid. You know, and anytime we do push against the establishment, we're deemed as, you know, as radicals, as extremists. You know, and we're having certain stigmas being put on us when it doesn't even apply to the whole community. And if that was, again, like you brothers were saying, and I'll repeat that statement too, if that was the case, what's the comparison to the bodies that's laid up by our people that were suffering at the hands of racists out in this country? You know, let's talk about, you know, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the unfair things that are still happening, the racism and the murders and the lynchings that are still happening to our people today. You know, Brother Najee.
Yeah, I think we'll see throughout this video several attempts to control the narrative, and I think that's what's trying to be done here. As long as they can keep us, even within the Israelite community, separate from our brothers and sisters, right? Separate from the camps, they're doing something, right? They're doing something on their end that's correct. Every time we get on, every time we make a statement, and not just us, several in the Israelite community, we always have to confirm and affirm that we don't believe everything the camps believe. That is a form of separation. What we do believe is most important, that we need to obey the Lord's statutes and commandments. Everything else files underneath that. Everything else files underneath that. That is the most important thing. And the thing that unifies us, right? The thing that unifies us is what they're trying to keep us away from. They want us to focus on the thing that keep us apart, the things that we don't agree with about the camps. These are still our brothers. These are still our brothers. We don't agree with everything they say. They don't agree with everything we say, but they are our brothers. And the scariest thing for them is to see one of these Israelite camps out on the street preaching hard, yelling and screaming. How many times have we seen in the past, in the history of this country, Christian white men out on the street yelling and screaming and preaching, and nobody says a word about them? But once a black person does it, oh, now that's scary. A black man is out there, he's screaming on the street. That's scary. They need to put a stop to this. And one of the ways they're doing that is by trying to control the narrative. And I must say, brothers and sisters, we're allowing them to do it in a lot of ways. And one of those ways is by separating ourselves from the camps, separating ourselves from our brothers and sisters who have a certain belief that we don't have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to repeat that sentiment, because one of the things I noticed when I did have the opportunity to speak on the brother Dante Forson's channel is that, there were people in the room that was like, oh no, not another camper. This is camp doctrine, and I'm looking, I'm like, who does this benefit for us to really go in on someone, if they're in the camp? How does that strengthen us, or does that cause a further divide? Because you have a brother that come in and maybe he is from a camp, but that brother tried to step out in order to join the conversation with people that consider themselves to be Israelites too. But opposed to us looking at the things that we have in common, we strain at a gnat and then we'll swallow a camel. We're zero in on our differences and not magnify the things that we have in common. No matter what you do, no matter what we do, we always gonna have differences. That's what we gotta understand, that those differences they don't just go away. When we're in the land, there's still gonna be differences, whether they're personal differences, whether they're differences in relationships. Maybe there's some situations that happened in the past with you, a brother or a sister or whatever. There's going to be differences. But at what point, Israel, do we say, you know what, for the sake of self-preservation, maybe we ought to magnify the things that we have in common, like we Israelites, and that we all saying keep the Most High law, statutes, and commandments? Isn't that even greater than anything else?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, brother Lasha. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna make this one comment, is that I don't believe that we have any explanations to get anybody. Like, what we disagree with our brethren is no different than what we disagree with our mothers and fathers, aunts, sisters, and cousins. That stuff stays in house. Your ability to try to point out and say, okay, me and my brother from a camp don't agree on this. Our difference is none of your concern. No different than the many scoops of ice cream of Christianity. Y'all difference is not my concern. I don't care what y'all agree or disagree with. I don't care the difference between Orthodox Jews and Zionists. I don't care about the Shiites and the Sunni. All their differences they can have with themselves. Whatever we disagree with our people, it gets highlighted because we mouth it online. We saw the camps. The minute you say that, you show some variance with your brethren. If I don't throw any fuel that direction, why should I defame my brother in any fashion towards you? What I think internally regarding my people, why is that any of your concern? All I know is that me and him together are against you. Me and him together, no matter what Israelite group it is, are at variance with all these religions that usurp us and put our heritage in another man's hands. So the problem is that we don't have to explain anything to these people. They're not in a position to propagate anything regarding any of our attitudes and mannerisms and discourses amongst each other as a means to say, okay, y'all are in error. They don't have the ability to do that. You know, we have one centralized question, and that question is this: we're the people. We're saying you're not. Y'all saying that we could be the people, and y'all too. We're saying that you're not the people. That's the only focus that every Israelite should have, and that's the one question that we all share in common. We don't have to acknowledge them at all. No brother or sister should ever be saying, "Oh, here come the camps." Who cares, man? They're our brothers, man. We're not going to allow you to set a variance and change the question just so you can say that we're not together. Y'all not together. What white group is together? Only thing the nation is together against is making sure we know who we are. Man, none of them other nations is together in no other fashion. And as the brother Ibri just said, and I know we highlighted this when we did the video on mass incarceration. Every nation afflicts each other. Every nation propagates violence against each other. It's just not always televised. It's not always pointed out. What nation doesn't kill its own people in majority? There's no statistic out there to say black people kill more white people than white people kill white people, or any other nation on this earth. More Muslims kill Muslims. People now more Africans kill more Africans. In Europe, everywhere you go, every nation propagates violence in a disproportionate amount than what another nation would put upon them. If you ever see a nation that disproportionately afflicts another nation, usually that war. The only case that is on this planet right now is white people against us. We're not at war. We're at peace with them. So a lot of times, the only time you hear a narrative about we should come together no matter what is when they're telling us we should love the people who afflicted us for 400 years. That's the only time people talk about we should unite. We should unite with the people that still refuse to return to us the things that belong to us, or even highlight the fact that these things have happened. God forbid, the Most High forbid we do that. You know, so we don't need to acknowledge those things at all, man. Our brethren are our brethren. And if I ain't gonna go in here and talk about how my mom wasn't the best mother when I was a kid, which I'm not saying, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna highlight anything to go in my house. I'm not gonna highlight that, but any Israelite amongst any Israelite group to defame the brethren to the strength of the heathen that uses us against us.
That's an awesome point. You know, I think also when it comes to the camps, and this is just one thing that I experienced, and I'll be brief. When I was a part of a class, you had brothers who had the desire to unite with other brothers from other groups, other classes, and the leadership sort of cut that off, you know. And so, me personally, I'm in agreement with all of us being together. You know, it's just that when it comes to certain of these organizations, a lot of them make it clear themselves that they're not affiliated with any other Israelites or any other Israelite groups. And so when you add that, you know, or when you consider that rather, you know, it sort of adds another wedge. You know, I'm one of the ones who agree that we should all come together, but everybody got to be of that same mindset or that same desire, and it has to come from both brothers and sisters in the camps, brothers and sisters outside the camps.
Amen.
Let me make this one point about what Brother Ibi just said. You know, philosophically, and I know we don't acknowledge it all the time, we actually are together. You know, if you look at Black Panther, look at the people of okay, was it Wakanda? Their nation was together when at time for the time of war, but they wasn't with the dudes up in the mountains. And I'm just using that examples that the nations will have us believe that we're not together because we're not all on a first name basis, or we could pick up the phone, or because sometimes brothers say I don't subscribe to a person's belief. But we actually are together when it comes to how we feel about them. The only ones that's different is the ones in the Christian church. We just don't spiritually realize we're together. But philosophically, we are together more than we've ever been on who we are, and it's growing. So their means of dividing us is to say, oh, y'all not together either. And even if some of our people feel like that, but really think about the central point. When it comes to who we all are together. When it comes to us being returned to the land, we all are together. When it comes to who's our adversary, we're all together. The doctrinal things are always going to be there, but we are together in a lot of ways that count outside of being on a friendly basis with every Israelite group. And I think the nations see that, and they're really afraid that the time's coming where we'll see that as well.
I agree. You know, and my bad, brother. You can go ahead. Brother Eric.
What's that?
You wanted to say something?
No, I was just gesturing. I was just saying that was awesome. I wasn't really saying nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, man. You know, these same type of conversations that we have and others are having these same conversations, maybe even right now, you know. So we got to remember, man, like the things that the nations are doing to magnify our differences, they're doing it for a reason because they're afraid of what they're seeing actually culminating. You know, they're afraid of what they're seeing coming to fruition. You know, let's move on with the video though. Unless you have something to say, brother Najee.
Oh no, I just love the points brother Eric and brother Lasha just pointed out. I do think real quick that especially from a Black Christian perspective, we are looked at, especially our males that are Black and Christian, are looked at as, you got to get away from that. You got to step away from those Hebrew Israelites, because people are afraid of you when you look like that. People are afraid of you when you talk like that. You cannot be a part of that. And so I know that definitely in terms of the camps and the Israelite community, we have some separation, but that separation is profoundly exaggerated, especially when it comes to our Black brothers who are Christians.
Yeah. The scary Black man syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
The scary, violent Black man, loud and scary and violent.
Absolutely.
When he has an opinion. All right, here we go.
So who are these guys? Where did their beliefs come from? And how should the Jewish community respond to them? Our story starts with one of history's ugliest injustices, the transatlantic slave trade. For 400 years, the backbone of the world's economy was the buying and selling of human beings based on the color of their skin. Enslaved Africans in the Americas suffered every torture you can imagine. But while bodies can be enslaved and maimed and killed, faith is much harder to destroy. These communities found hope in the biblical story of the Exodus. Like the ancient Israelites, they knew firsthand the bitterness of slavery.
All right, so I'm gonna stop right there, because I believe the reason why they understood that, because we are the people. We found solace in the scriptures, and we connected with that because we are the people, because that was in our DNA. Now, we want to talk about what else would make them think that. What, right? Well, Daniel says this, and I brought this out before, and it says, yea, all Israel have transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore the curse is poured upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of the Most High, because we have sinned against him. And he have confirmed his words, which he spake against us, and against our judges that judged us, by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven, have not been done as hath been done upon Jerusalem. All right? Under the whole heaven, whatever happened to them did not happen to anybody else. All right? And just going back to Jeremiah, what did Jeremiah say about the day of Jacob's trouble? It says in Jeremiah 30:7, alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. All right. So this is saying the same thing that Daniel is saying, that what would be perpetrated or what would happen to the children of Israel would be something that was exclusively happening to them. So when you talk about our people identifying with the scriptures because of what's happening to them, this is an identifying marker of who the people are. Why don't your people have that testimony? Before this, before the Holocaust, before all of that was happening, this was happening to our people. Before Hitler was born, this was happening to our people. Before Hitler was born, right? Where the false claim that Jews controlled the slave trade come from? This article right here, that's coming from my Jewish learning, says this: the role some Jews play in the Atlantic slave trade, both as traders and as slave owners, has long been acknowledged by historians, but allegations in recent decades that Jews play a disproportionate role in the enslavement of African Americans, and that fact has been covered up, have made the topic controversial. So, question is, did Jews really own slaves? Yes. Jacob Rader Marcus, a historian and Reformed rabbi, wrote in his 4-volume history of American Jews that over 75% of Jewish families in Charleston, South Carolina, Richmond, Virginia, and Savannah, Georgia, owned slaves. Now, I'm going to stop right there. Because then they try to downplay it and say, well, it was only this many people living here. All right. So here's the point, right? If Jewish people claim that they're not white, how are you owning slaves during this time? And if you're the people, how are you committing these type of atrocities against people in a time where it said that we would be the ones suffering at the hands of our enemies? That's a question for those in that community that want to claim that we are not the people. But let me get your brothers your opinion on what we just looked at and what I just read. Starting with you, brother Najee.
Yeah. So the idea that there's somehow this kind of universal kind of affliction, right? Yeah, we went through the transatlantic. Sorry, I had to get that word out correct. We went through the transatlantic slave trade, and yeah, it was horrible. But there are afflictions all over the world for many different people, right? You should be finding what is the commonality between you and the rest of the world, and not try to focus on anything else. But that's not scripture. That's not what the scriptures say. Like what you just pointed out in Daniel, this has not happened to any other people, any other nation. So again, it's very distinctive. The word is very distinctive about Israel being separate. We are afflicted more than any other nation because of what we did against the Most High. And there's no other nation like us. And not because we're special because we're special. We're special because the Most High made us special. That's why we're special. Has nothing to do with us and everything to do with the Most High.
What say you, brother Hebrew?
Yeah, just to add to that, you'll deal with a lot of modern day, what you would call progressives, black progressives. And one of the narratives they like to push is that slavery is no more or less common than slavery, or the slavery that happened to our people is no more or less common than slavery that happened in any other time frame. You'll even hear them say that black people enslaved white people first. You understand? But I think that all that is, especially when you line that thought process up with the passage you brought out in Daniel, clearly letting you know that this thing that happened to our people didn't happen to anybody else. I think it's just a way of being dismissive and making slavery seem common. This is a more recent phenomenon. If you go back, you'll look at people trying to change the narrative of slavery in the content, in the textbooks, rather, in the schools. That was met with too much backlash. So now we have to be more cunning. We have to be more slick in how we go about this approach. So it's like a pandemic. You got a lot of our people even adopting this mindset. But even if you want to look at the common theme of slavery, let's start with ancient Egypt, right? We know who that was. We know that's us. Let's look at Assyria. We know that's us. Let's look at Babylon. Let's look at Medo-Persia. Let's look at Greece. Let's look at Rome. Let's look at the revived Roman Empire all the way up to this point. Let's look at Spain and Portugal in between that point. Who are you dealing with as the slave class in all of those kingdoms? You're looking at us. So if you want to talk about slavery being a common theme, you have to include us in that. You have to equate us in that.
Amen. Amen. Brother Elisha.
Yeah, if you look at how he made the parallel between ancient Egypt and the modern transatlantic slave trade, or fast forward in history, he makes that comparison, and then you highlighted the scripture in Daniel, and then also in Jeremiah. But also we look at Isaiah, where it says, when I recover the remnant of my people the second time. You can document that, or you can write or look at history and say there were other people in slavery. Yeah, people were given as indentured servants. Slavery never had a face like it did on our people. We're talking about the brutalization of a people and the almost genocide, or the attempted genocide on a people. So when you look at these scriptures, says I recovered the remnant of my people the second time, they know that these people that they wrote into our land and our history don't fit those prophecies. You just write them in, no validation, no proof. You just roll them in. Hey, you're the Israelites now. You're the Jews, and because they have no connection to the land, they didn't even have sense enough to say, okay, we're all 12 tribes. They just took the religious aspect of it and said, okay, we're the Jewish people. We're the religious people of that land. You didn't even bother to say, okay, we're the totality of these people, or even try to make that type of connection. So this is what we're looking at when we're looking at these type of comparisons. We're saying, all right, the scriptures say what it says about the Most High recovering his people again. And you have these Jewish people saying, okay, well, we committed certain acts in slavery. We benefited in certain, but we didn't benefit any more than anybody else, or we didn't do as much as everybody else. This is their defense. We did it, but we didn't do a lot. And we allow that to go by. Imagine if we was to say, well, Hitler didn't kill that many people during the Holocaust. It was only 10 people instead of 100,000, or if it was 5 million instead of 6 million. The minute you go into that narrative that he didn't do as much as they say, the world comes at us as being anti-Semitic. But the Jewish people can say, yeah, we own slaves, we benefited from it, but we just did what everybody else was doing, and we didn't do it as much as everybody else. That's not like an omission that you didn't do it. You ain't saying you didn't do it. So the Jewish people definitely admit, but they don't want to take any responsibility for their role in it. And then they are white people. The only time Jewish people play the role that they're not white people is when they want to be the people of Israel. Any other time, they're white people. Any other time, they have white benefits. They're only a minority for the sake of living in the land of Israel. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
We're only Jewish for the sake, or Israelites for the sake of living in the land. Outside of that, we get all the white benefits. We're white. We live in white society. We run white, mean Hollywood like white people. There's never no distinction between white people or Jewish people, all the way up until it's time to put on the face mask of being the tribe of Judah or the Jews.
Here's a question. This is a hypothetical. All right. And this is for everybody on the panel, and even the brothers and sisters in the chat. All right, so you got an ice cream cone, and it's one of those ice creams. It's got the stick on it, and it's got the chocolate, kind of like the Klondike bars, but it's chocolate covered ice cream, right? And you put it in the freezer, right? And on the freezer, you write, this is my ice cream is in here. This belongs to me, right? But then you come back and the ice cream is gone. And you call the people before you to find out who ate your ice cream. And everybody's saying, I didn't eat the ice cream. So you start investigating these people, right? And we got 3 people. You got one that don't got nothing, you know, he doesn't have the ice cream. You investigate, he don't got nothing in his pocket or anything like that. And then you come across another person, they don't have anything on them. No ice cream, breath don't smell like ice cream, nothing. And then you come across another person who has chocolate smeared around their mouth, right? You got chocolate smeared around your mouth, and then you look in their pockets and they got a popsicle stick that looks like it had ice cream on it. Who's the one that stole the ice cream? Would you say the third person or the first 2? That's for everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Who stole the ice cream? The first 2 people or the person with the chocolate smeared around their mouth in a popsicle stick in their pocket?
Well, of course, it's one with the ice cream smeared on their mouth and the popsicle stick in their pocket. Right? Of course.
Yeah. All right. So now let's bring up this ignorant statement right here. The real Jews have 2,000 years of records of persecution. You guys only have 400 years. It's 5-1 against you.
All right. I'm sorry.
So how you get the records? How y'all get 2,000 years of records when Jerusalem was sacked? That's the question I got for you. How'd you get that? How did y'all preserve 2,000 years of records with books burning, records stealing? The scriptures testify to the nations laying hands on Israel's substance and taking away all that they got. How you get 2,000 years of records?
Hey, another thing, one of the ways that you erase a people without just totally wiping them out physically through murder is you erase their history. So how do you, when you line that up with Psalms 83, how do you have 2,000 years of records when all the nations came together to cause the name of Israel to be no more in remembrance?
Well, let me add to Brother Ibre's statement. If the Jewish people, if these Ish people were just put in the land in 1948, where did they preserve these records to say they held on to them for 2,000 years? And these records that they have for 2,000 years, are there any pictures inside those records? I'm just curious.
And not only that, right? But even in the records that you have, right? The records that you have proclaim that you should be in captivity and oppressed. You are now not in captivity because you own and you dwell in Israel, right? And you're not oppressed in that land. So your own records reveal that you are not who you say you are. So how do you explain that?
They always make this statement like them having the records prove something. Like it proved that you a thief. That's what it proves. It proves that you're a thief. How do you discontinue from your heritage and have 2,000 years worth of records? But here's another one. Here's a precept for you. I know you guys don't understand this stuff. You don't understand precept, but let me hit you with one right there. With discontinue from your heritage, let me hit you with a precept. Right. I'm gonna read this in English, right? Because I was discontinued from my heritage, so I don't know Hebrew, right? So it says in in Baruch, it says in Baruch 2:30, for I knew that they would not hear me because it is a stiff-necked people, but in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves. Right? Why would I have to remember myself if I never forgot? These guys.
But that's what I'm saying. They use these Negroites and a lot of Christians to come and make these points. And the purpose is that if you're going to say you came into the land, because obviously the Ottoman Empire was running Jerusalem for what 300 years. They didn't stop running Jerusalem themselves. And that land had, at the time the Ottomans ran the land, there was a melting pot of different people, predominantly black people, which we have some videos you can check on that and look at that history. But just to fast forward to 1948, I have records for 2,000 years that you're saying you're the people. There's no pictures inside these records to say that you didn't steal them. And the fact is that if you only been in on since 1948, where did you preserve these records when you didn't even know that this was your land yourself up until 1948 or moved into the land? And so it's just, you get these people, they make these comments as if they want to put the onus on us to prove that we're not Israel, or to prove that we had that they're not the so-called Ish people. No, the onus is on you. You're claiming these things. You're claiming that you have these records. Well, show me the records that you have. Show me the records that have these pictures in it to prove that you didn't steal them.
That's right, Sean. take your you know what I mean, your pasty behind back to Berean show.
I'm interested in seeing what those pictures look like from 2,000 years ago. Wonder what them side locks look like. Them side curls.
It's hilarious because they act like they got like it's pictures in there. They act like they got pictures.
Right.
If you got 2,000 years worth of records with the pictures, and you would think they got pictures of them with the side rolls and everything. That's crazy.
They don't have no emphasis to these things.
That's just supposed to be enough to back you up off of them. Oh, we got the records. It's been passed down from generation to generation.
You mean you got 2,000 years worth of records and you can't show me one time that you was afflicted?
I know y'all didn't heard that before. It passes from the father all the way down from generation to generation. They all say it.
Right. Yeah, it's like, like with the Dead Sea Scrolls, some little Arab boy finds the Dead Sea Scrolls, some Bedouin boy, and you end up buying it on the black market, but yet you preserved it for the last 2,000 years. Never mind the fact that you took an ancient scroll, you took a modern pen and started writing in the thing. Who does that?
And for what?
For you, I mean,
you take an ancient scroll and start writing with it with a modern pen. That's crazy, bro. You know how stupid you guys that's desperate type stuff right there. Like, oh, let me hurry up and write this in there before someone else see it.
Yeah, they got to start coming when you talking to the real people, the Most High. You got to give us something real. All that stuff that you would hit a Christian dude with, that who's sitting on his porch, man, that stuff don't work here. You're gonna have to actually check your skill before you step to real people, the Most High. Y'all come with these questions that you know yourself you don't have no confidence in because you went on some random website, saw a paragraph, and pasted it into the chat.
You went to arguments.com and helped them fabricate your argument.
Yeah.
Or went to Chat GPT. What's the best question to hit Israelites with?
Yeah. This Hebrew Israelism thing too, man. Is there even a real definition for that? Because I ain't heard nobody come up with no definition of that yet. Let me see if I can type it in, Hebrew Israelism.
I know I heard Vocab Malone use it once, so I knew it was no good after that.
If Vocab Malone is something that resembles a rapper, he want to be a rapper. I don't know what that is that he's doing, but it's not rap.
That's like if we can just get to the skinny on the situation, is that we're saying we're the people and we're saying that they're not. And until you address that, until we can get a clear picture on that, like it's always going to be beef in the street between us and them. That's our main beef. We're not running around attacking synagogues or nothing like that. We're saying that we're the people and you're not. You have our land. How could you paint us as a terrorist for saying we want our land? We don't want to be in the slums of America. We don't want to be called by your names anymore. We don't want to have to work our way 10 times higher to get out of the ghettos and the inner cities of this place. We don't want to be under your government when we have our own land that you actually have flourishing right now. So we will always have this issue, and they don't want to address that. That's our beef. That's our problem. We want what belongs to us. We're saying it don't belong to you. You can't prove that by saying you got 2,000 years of records, but you don't got no you don't got no photos in it. You know, you can't prove that you even had these things for 2,000 years because you haven't been nowhere established for 2,000 years. You've been hopping around the damn earth chasing us.
Hey, brother Lasha, that's the secret relationship between blacks and quote unquote Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That's the relationship we have with each other. That they've been chasing us around the earth the whole time. And by the way, there is no clear definition of the word Hebrew Israelism. It's just something that they made up, you know. So go figure. Another byword. Right?
No, you gotta put the word black in front of it.
Black Hebrew.
Yeah.
Nah, they don't even
There you
use black on this one. He trying to sound like he like it was some type of a scholarly methods used to come up with this. He just a Hebrew Israelism. What is an Israelism? What is that?
Isms and schisms.
Hebrew Israelism. Come on, bro. Like you're trying too hard now, man. You're trying too hard to try to make us look like, or try to make himself look like he's some type of expert on us. You know?
You know,
yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that, you know, you have some of these guys that want to believe these basically Jewish religious teachers or these Christian religious teachers on these subjects. They want to believe them so bad, and all they do is cite other Jewish teachers. All they do is cite other Christian teachers to validate what they present before us. How are you going to use your people to validate a argument you're making? How are you going to use people that already agree with you to validate your argument? No history, no archaeology, nothing of record that would substantiate your point. But you're just gonna go pick somebody in your church and cite his book to us, a book that you can probably tell us to go buy on Amazon. Yeah, let me cite Rabbi Eisenreich. Yeah, his book is on Amazon. So you're gonna cite him as an authority. Nobody knows who he is. We don't validate. He's not even validated in the circles that would be considered authority. But you cite him to throw these things at us to say, okay, this substantiates your point. Well, then I tell you what, then I'll just use Rudolph Windsor. I'll just cite all his books and say, okay, this means that we're the people and you're not. They wouldn't allow that.
Shalom and blessings, brother Kadar. How you doing over there, bro? Shalom and blessings, bro.
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom, Mikey.
Yo, man, that's typical of them, though, man. When we look at how they've been operating, you know, even when we looked at that debate between Gorilla Hebrew and that Edomite Dr. Brown, like how you gonna go to Jewish what they call it geneticists and talk about, yeah, they confirmed that this guy over here was lying, that we are the Jews. Like, come on, you don't see an issue with that? So you don't think that's bias? No, there's no bias in that research, huh? Like, come on, man.
He cited his cousins, man, and he said his authority. You know, so you're not going to cite anything. There's no book out there that you can write or that is written that would validate these claims, because we have enough books, whether it be the 13th tribe off the coast or the invention of the Jewish people by Shlomo Sand, or a multitude of other teachers of their own people that say they're not blood descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Like, their own people have come out with these things, you know. So we have those citations, man. You can't just keep grabbing up people from particular synagogues and saying, okay, this validates an argument. No different than the Baptist church is still running around pushing that Peter's cape is still within their church. I had a Baptist one time telling me they got the original something from Peter. I was like, you ain't got nothing from Peter. You're lying. You ain't got nothing passed down saying that Peter was a part of the Catholic Church and it passed down 2,000 years and y'all got it in your archives. You ain't got nothing there. You know, you got somebody put in that place maybe 20, 30 years ago, and y'all running around believing that stuff. You don't got nothing from Peter. I know nothing about him. But this is the tradition that they have. They literally have something they claim belongs to Peter that have been passed down to all the Baptists since over 2,000 years. Man, you miss me with that. Ain't nowhere in the world. No validation, no proof, no nothing. It's just something they pass down, and they'll say it to you as if it's true, as if they have documented evidence, man. Okay, well then I got the book Noah wrote that cures all diseases, man. It's in my basement.
Hey, listen, we're gonna go to a commercial real quick. Your brother need to grab him some refreshments or whatever. Do so now. We'll go to this commercial and then we're gonna be right back. So we back again. We back again. Hope y'all had enough time to grab y'all something to drink. Not a long commercial, but should been enough time to get you something in your cups. So, are radical Hebrew Israelites the real Jews? And the sister asked the question. The sister CC asked the question of what is it? What is a radical? What is a radical to you, brothers? What would you consider to be radical?
I think the Messiah was radical. I think, but that term, that word has become something that's so looked down upon in our society today. It's been applied to radical Muslims. When we think radical now, we think of those accused of bringing down the Twin Towers back in 2001. So we just have a lot of terms thrown around now, and now they've just been attached to us. But I mean, if you really look at the word radical, hey, it certainly doesn't mean those who are opposed to something that you believe in.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think the essence of the term applies to what we are and who we are, because what we are and who we are goes against the fabric of what this nation and what these people really are. So it's just a term, is used in a way to make the awakening seem negative, but we are radical in a sense, just not in the way that they're trying to portray it. We're not walking around trying to kill people and harm people physically, but we are radical in the sense that we are different. We are peculiar people. everything we stand for goes against what the nations represent and what sustains the nations.
Mm-hmm.
The nations are sustained through wickedness, but our way of life is a way of righteousness and truth. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people.
Amen.
You know, my I had an answer I was gonna give, but I'm actually go with how my family and people I've known have called me. When I was in the Bing, they said I was radical. And, I'm like, well, what do you mean by radical? Is that all your answers or all your speech is the Bible? You don't say anything else. You say these things, you do these things, and it's all about the Most High. You don't know how, you don't have any other, point of view outside the Bible. And that to them was why I was radical, because I'm always going in. And the scriptures tell us, don't let the commandment to depart out of your mouth. So to be zealous for the Most High and the truth, their definition for us is radical. Now, the definition that they perpetuate in society would mean radical is somebody who moves without reason, without facts. But the way they view us, or the box that they put us in, is radical, is because the Most High's word doesn't depart out of our mouth. That's what we know. That's what we live and breathe. And somehow they try to attach it to what commonly is known as a radical within society.
All right.
Shalom, Brother Cleo, too. I see Brother Cleo in the chat.
And shalom, Elder Cleo.
Cock.
Elder Cleo, shalom, bro.
Hold on.
My brother Kadar would have chimed in.
All right, so I think they try to use that to try to say we have a cognitive dissonance, right? They use it in that form of fashion, but along the lines of what the brother Elisha was saying, we would be radical if we're talking about the actual term, which is to be dedicated in your stance of what you believe, right? So because we're dedicated to what we believe, as far as us being Israelites and keeping the Most High's commandments, right, we're viewed as radical. Now, I can say that there aren't any Christian radicals. You know why? Or I can say that, well, yeah, they are. They're radical too. Because they staunchly believe no matter what the Bible say, they can eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. They believe no matter what the Bible say, there's no laws that we're supposed to be keeping. So everybody's allowed to have their dedicated stance on what they believe, except for us. Then you have to apply the word radical or extremist. You're taking it to the extreme, right? But if we believe that we are truly the people, why shouldn't we embrace that fully? Why should we have one foot in and one foot out? Because that's what they want to teach us to be like. They want to teach us to have one foot in and one foot out. Have one foot in and one foot out. Because that's what they want to teach us to be like. They want to teach us to have one foot in and one foot out. Have one foot in and one foot out.
Hey, Brother Kadar, you got to shut off your YouTube, bro.
Yeah, you still on YouTube, bro. Hey, shalom and blessings, bro. How's it going?
Shalom. Can y'all hear me good now? I know
loud and clear, bro. Loud and clear, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you. Shalom, bro.
Shalom. Miss you, brothers. I'd like to give all thanks, praise the Most High. Thank you for the Messiah and the ruler. And I was just listening in and talking about these other people. I know that video when y'all had that ish person that was on here. And y'all was letting them talk. Of course, it was hard for me because y'all know how I am. I was about ready to come through the screen, but That was pretty good because he did stick his foot in his mouth. And the next time y'all got him, next time he came over here talking about some source about, I think that source he's bringing out is talking about when the 20 Jews supposedly went to Egypt and the angel came and saved them. That has nothing to do with Deuteronomy 28.
Yeah. But he already put his foot in his mouth too, because remember earlier in that conversation, he had already said that Israelites went into slavery into America. So I'm like, how did they get there? Did they swim? Or did they get there by ships? You know, so these guys, man, they double talk and they try to go around and then recant what they said, for the benefit of not looking like they not the people, but they, we don't even have to go off of what they say. We can look at the scriptures and do a comparison there. But notice when we start going to the scriptures, all of a sudden that information is not valid enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough to say we're discontinued from our heritage. Everybody expecting you to be sitting here speaking Hebrew, writing Hebrew, knowing all the things that our forefathers knew. Like just by virtue of enslavement alone, people will forget those things. Not to even mention that even before our enslavement, we had already been migrating out of the land and hiding in other places in order not to be caught. Hiding our foods and things like that, like the brother Najee was saying, where they had that one type of food that they was eating, that they used to use chicken, and somehow they ended up using pork. Why would they do that? Why would they use chicken to make it look like it's pork if they wasn't trying to hide from somebody? So you can't say we wasn't hiding from somebody and then turn around and say that we got the records. And come on, man, you ain't got the records.
That's interesting comment because just real quick, I remember when the president of Ghana, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, when he came out and was like, when Barack Obama was trying to push the homosexual agenda, and I believe it was the president of Ghana that came out and said, "Look, man, we keeping our traditional morals, man. We ain't doing that homosexual thing." You notice that Israel, which is supposed to be the commandment keepers, they say, or the law keepers, they were silent on this subject. There was never nothing. You would think that they would be the nation of any that would come out and say we're against that, because in the Bible it says that a man is not supposed to lay with another man like with womankind. I'm paraphrasing. I know I didn't say exactly how it reads, but you would think that they would have been the ones who came out as the ones who are going to be the face of we not getting down like that. But because they're allied with America, that homosexuality is a part of, that system.
Yeah, they can. I mean, how they gonna say anything when they got dudes walking up up Jerusalem streets with G-strings on? How they gonna have anything to say when they got the parades going on and taking the rainbow, which the Most High gave for a sign of the covenant, right? Taking that and they using that in Jerusalem to as all type of perversions. How are you in Jerusalem and profaning the land? How are you doing that? And you the people? How is that possible? See, these are things that these people do not want to. They don't want to sit down and try to explain that. But they want to make all these claims about us, unfounded claims, because that's what we're going to see in the rest of this video, that everything that he said, he just stated, and he never proved anything. Brother Eric?
I didn't have anything.
Anybody had anything before I get back to this video? Going once, going twice.
I just want to say is that this one thing, when y'all asked that brother, I think it was Brother Najee asked him, one of y'all asked him, can you show us, that y'all going into worldwide slavery? And he danced around that every time. He would not answer that question. That's all you have to do is show us where y'all went into worldwide slavery. And he couldn't answer the question. He danced around it. Also, I know Brother Najee asked him, said, don't you think that the world should be better off based because y'all in the land? He danced around that question too. So
He certainly did. He was like that. That dude was like Gregory Hines, man. The Jewish Gregory Hines. Hold on, let's get back to this video. I had the video up, but in the comment board, I had asked a question too. But hold on, let's get finished with this. Hold on.
Most enslaved Africans were forcibly converted to the Christianity of their enslavers. But for some, the profound identification with the ancient Israelites crystallized into a theology known as Hebrew Israelism.
As far back as the plantation, if you listen to a lot of old Negro spirituals, wade in the water, go down Moses, but they are spiritually connecting to the strength of Israel. It's not necessarily just about identity. It's about a sort of like spiritual connection to God.
No two groups of Hebrew Israelites were quite alike. Some worshipped in a style nearly identical to Pentecostal Christianity, with Jesus front and center. Others adopted mainstream Jewish practices. Some mashed up the two and added a dash of African nationalism.
And added a dash of African nationalism. How did they do that? That's a question. I wonder how they did that. But let's finish.
Hey, real quick, I want to say something. She said that it's not about identity, it's about spiritual connection, right? But when you read Hosea, the Most High said that concerning the northern kingdom, that ye are not my people. I'm no longer your God. You're no longer my people. So just briefly, that's another way that they try to separate, and make it a religious thing, not realizing that our identity is our connection to the Most High. That's all I wanted to say. It's just a way that they try to divide it. Who you are, being the Israelite, is not important. It's not about that. It's about your spiritual connection with God through Christ. That's what they say. But he told the northern kingdom, ye are no longer my people.
All right, so here's the thing also, right? And this is why I say the awakening is of the Most High. Because the Most High said that he would awaken us and bring us to understanding who we are. Not only in Deuteronomy, but also in Jeremiah. Brother, go ahead.
I was just going to say that to go with what Brother Eric just said, which was actually, I believe, was cited in Acts chapter 15 when they were, when it was talking about those particular verses. That it kind of it shows you who Paul and them were addressing. When you see, yeah, go ahead, because I believe you could start at verse. I've been in a minute. What is it? Verse 17. We'll try verse 17. Acts 15, 17, I believe.
Right.
Where he cites, I think he cites Amos, or he cites, well, let me see. Go to Acts. And you can start off in let's see, we can go to verse 16. So it was around where I was saying. Start at verse 15.
Okay. Hold on. I was getting this one real quick because it's in Amos.
Yeah, I think it's Amos 8 and 11. It might be somewhere around there. Or 11, something like that.
All right, so you said that's 17?
No, start at verse 15.
15?
Acts 15, rather.
All right, so it says in Acts 15 and 15. And to this agree the word of the prophets, as it is written. After this, I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down, and I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men might seek after the Most High, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, said the Most High, who doth all these things.
Yeah, continue reading, bro.
Known unto the Most High are all his works from the beginning of the world. Wherefore my sentence is that the trouble that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to the Most High, but that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols, and from fornication, and from things strangled, and from blood. For Moses of old time hath in every city them that preach him, being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day.
If you stop right there, like when they had first gave him the first instruction, I know we're not going down that road, but you notice that he said Moses was read in the synagogues every Sabbath day, as if to say this is the initial instruction. And as they come every Sabbath day, they'll get the other readings of the law, which I know the church teaches that that's all was given to the Gentiles, as if they wasn't supposed to attend the law readings every Sabbath day and get the totality of the law. But just going back to how Amos goes with that, it says, in that day will I praise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build as if in the days of old. And it says that they may possess the remnant of Edom and all the heathen, which are called by my name, saith the Most High, that do of this.
Well, here's something interesting. When in the Jubilees Bible, it doesn't say the heathen are called by his name.
Right. It's actually supposed to denote the northern kingdom of Israel, which would be the nations, because when you go back into the history, the writers or the people who translated the book, because our words were so repetitive, words like heathen, nation, and Gentile and stranger all were basically the same word, and they basically distributed that same word but in different words. Like they took the word we would say for Goyim, and they just put heathen, nation, Gentile, and they would put it in a different place when it always just meant nation. So they have a lot of Christian or religionists teaching that as if this is different people. There's one heathen, there's one Gentile, there's one stranger, when the word was always supposed to just denote nation, period. So when you're reading that, it's really just talking about the nations, as in the scattered 12 tribes will take possession of Edom. But words like and things like that which was actually introduced to our language, really wasn't there a lot of times. So when brothers use like and but, this wasn't exactly words within our language. Even if you took and connected the wav or the ba to certain words, I mean, just to put that out there.
Well, do me a favor, bro. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Read this. Read Amos 9 and 11 and 12, and then I'm gonna switch it to Jubilees, and then I want you to read that one, and I want the audience to see the difference.
All right. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old. Verse 12, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and of all the heathen, which are called by my name, saith the Most High that doeth this.
All right, so stop right there. So at first glance, someone reading this would think that, there's Edomites and there's heathen that are called by the Most High's name, right? At first glance, that's what someone would think reading this. Right? Now, let's see the Jubilees version. Now read the Jubilees version.
In that day I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close the breaches, and I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old, that those who are called by my name may possess the remnant of Edom and of all the Gentiles, saith the Most High that doeth this, or does this.
You see that? So you see, just like you were saying, how the switching of words changes the meaning of things. You see that?
Yep. Because the way the Jubilees Bible reads in that passage, this lines up with that Psalms, the 2nd chapter.
Exactly.
When he ask, and I will give thee the heathen for thine inheritance.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I think, brother, you did a teaching on that, didn't you? Not too long ago. About
I believe so.
Being the Israelite. Yeah, you did. I remember. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You see that? So a lot of times people, and you have Christians try to come at us with the regular one. So if you ever have a Christian come at you and say, there's heathen called by his name. No, there's not any heathen called by his name.
Yeah, but they do the same thing when it says a light to the Gentiles. If you go to Isaiah, I believe it was in neither 9. I think Isaiah 9, where it says a great light came through the land of Zebulun and Naphtali. It was really denoting, other tribes of the nations of Israel. But they try to make it look like a light to the Gentiles is the other nations. Actually, it was actually talking about those of the northern kingdom. And it makes that distinction, I believe, in Isaiah the 9th chapter, where he says a great light was sent unto them, to the tribes, and it says he came by way of the sea of the tribe of Naphtali and Zebulun, which is precept in Matthew, I believe. I can't remember which chapter. I ain't read it in a while. But I think it might be Matthew chapter 2, where it's precept, Isaiah the 9th chapter, to give you some clarity that when it's talking about these Gentiles or nations, it's talking about the northern kingdom, and specifically says Naphtali and Zebulun by way of the sea in Galilee.
Yep. Let's move on. I'm sorry, this guy looks hilarious to me, man. I'm sorry.
He look like, he's supposed to be Jewish, but he look like a Mexican. So like, I don't even, it's crazy. Good.
No matter how they practiced, all congregations believed they were the descendants of the ancient Israelites who had once been enslaved in Egypt. But here's the crazy part that we never see mentioned in history textbooks. It's possible that some enslaved Africans identified so strongly with the Israelites because they were Jews.
But that's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy for them not identify. See, here's the crazy part. They actually were Jews that were black. It's crazy, right? I mean, what's crazy is that you got people that's claiming to be Israelites over there in the land getting sunburned and getting cancer from the sun.
But look how nonchalant he says it too. He said that nonchalant, like a person with a recessive trait can produce us somewhere on earth, as if we don't produce those that are recessive. So if there's any validation to the ones we produce, I mean, just for argument's sake, how will we not be greater validated if you could say those things? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How would when they took the land through Operation Moses and Operation Exodus, I believe those were the ones back in the 80s. How is it that it would be a dispute that we should have more than just permanent residency status in the land? Wouldn't we be entitled to what they claim for themselves? The reparations and all those other things that they got in the land. Why would they even make a concession that we can be Israelites too, or Jews, but yet we have no portion in the land, nor are they trying to give us any?
Wow. Tell you what.
Go ahead, bro.
I never seen a Jew with a chili bowl haircut.
I was just about to ask that question. Here's a better question.
Oh Lord, somebody put that in the chat. Look at his hairline. Oh, A-Rod, he rough, huh?
Look, that is the most fadeless cut I ever seen in my life.
They didn't even try to fade it out of nothing, yo.
Straight up, night and day.
But you notice they didn't want to turn the lights all the way on so we could see his full complexion. They got it all dark in there. How you gonna shoot a video, man? Look like the lights.
Oh yeah.
Maybe just put a clay bowl on top of his head and cut around.
Just cut straight around it. And said, I'm done.
You looking like if I didn't know what he was talking about, I would have been like, he would, do you believe this haircut?
How could you not trust this cut?
Or at least of Jewish descent. After all, there's been a Jewish presence in Africa for thousands of years.
You go ahead and check off the rest of these spots too. You know that? You go ahead and check off all of that. Like they ran into Egypt, but they stopped right there. They ain't go all the way down here though.
That's what I'm saying. They make these concessions, but none of our people, and I mean, you know some of these brothers in Israel, personally and intimately, that our people, just to have permanent residency status in the land, had to agree that when they have children, that those children would enter into the Israeli military. A lot of people don't even know that. So it's like, how is it that you can make a statement that you say, well, we could be Jewish, but yet the only way that our people stay in the land and live in functionality is that if our children, or if their children, which is us, join the Israeli army as a means to say you can stay in the land as long as you do that. Wouldn't we have is equal right according to them even conceding such points, that we would be lawfully allowed to be in the land, all of us that want to return?
Mm-hmm. What's up with the law of Aliyah, right? Aliyah is supposed to state that we should be able to come back into the land. But we'll get to that, because even with that going on, you know,
well, that's probably why you sung that song back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Check this out. All right. So
you may be familiar with the Igbo of Nigeria or the Beta Israel of Ethiopia, but did you know that there were enough Jews in the West African Songhai Empire for the king to issue an edict of expulsion in 1492? So we shouldn't dismiss the possibility that at least some Africans held Jewish or Israelite identities well before their enslavement in the Americas. For the most part, early Hebrew Israelite communities.
Real quick, but you see how slick that was when he?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all got all right, because I didn't know it just be, but that was real slick how he tried to show a black king, making a law expulsion to other black people, as if to say, okay, let me slightly invalidate them by showing a black face. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
An edict of expulsion in 1492. So we shouldn't dismiss the possibility that at least some Africans held Jewish or Israelite identities well before their enslavement in the Americas. For the most part, early Hebrew Israelite communities got along with mainstream Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews. But there's always got to be one maniac. A maniac is Arabic/Hebrew slang for a jerk. In the 1880s, that maniac was one Frank S. Cherry, a self-proclaimed prophet and founder of one of the earliest Hebrew Israelite communities, the Church of the Living God, the pillar ground of truth for all nations. Unlike other Hebrew Israelite congregations, Cherry believed that Black Americans were the only real Israelites, which made non-Black Jews usurpers of their identity and heritage.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to be the Synagogue of Satan. Who is it? Who's the Synagogue of Satan, bro? Who would y'all say the Synagogue of Satan is?
He is.
The short hat, the Steinbergs.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna say it, but I'm gonna say this is that, you know, it's not our people bowing down to Jewish people fulfilling, you know, prophecy. Like, I mean, not that I agree or disagree with brothers having Jewish people, white people fall down at their feet, but they don't got no videos of us falling down to Jewish people's feet. You know, and that's part of Revelation 2:9-3:9, where he says, I will make them to bow at their feet and know that I've loved you. I've not seen us on YouTube bowing down to nobody's feet, proclaiming that they're Jewish or the Jews.
Right.
When I was in high school, we had a Jewish teacher. His name was Mr. Hammerman. He stink, man. He smelled like clay and mayonnaise. Ain't like it.
That's that original ish fragrance.
Yeah, it smelled like ish.
That everyday fragrance.
And that's that making different types of pork bologna all your life, man, and eating all the
time. You got kosher pork now. You heard of that?
Yeah.
Mom said no spaghetti.
Man, that's great.
Didn't Brother Lashaw made a point a minute ago about when they try to bring up the king, and that's just another way that they try to say blacks into slavery and things like that. But what was Hitler? And what are they?
Supposedly Hitler was Jewish himself, that they don't talk about that.
Yeah, but then when you go to talking about the greatest atrocity on earth, which that's what they call it, right? Who perpetuated it, and who did he perpetuate it against? His own people.
Mm-hmm.
So why you got other nations paying for it, and why everybody recognizing the greatest atrocity happened on the earth perpetuated by their own people?
Well, the scripture starkly speaks against that. In Leviticus, it says, I will also do unto you, I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and burning in egg, it shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart, and ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursue it. All right, so the Most High said those that hate us would reign over us. We know that these things will only happen to Israel, right? So the Most High is telling us that we would be the head, they would be the head, and we would be the tail. That we would be subject to them. So if the scriptures say we would be subject, that means we can't be owning those slave ships, sending Israelites into into slavery by mass numbers.
Now, yo, you remember the interesting narrative of Ludo Equiano?
Mm-hmm.
In that book, when Ludo Equiano was being taken by so-called other black tribes, he acknowledged that a lot of the tribes that they seen was not kinsmen to him. A lot of black tribes that had customs that were, unseemly or barbaric to him and his tribe, which he acknowledged later that a lot of the customs that he grew up with were, if he knew any better, he was one of the tribes of Israel. I'm paraphrasing what he said, so I'm not saying it verbatim, but this is the words around. But what he said is that the way they had kept certain things, like separating from your wife or in the time of her purification, different rights or laws they were keeping in his tribe. And when he read the Bible for the first time, he's like, shoot, man, my people do that. He would have thought himself to be a Jew. But he also acknowledged tribes in Africa that brutalize their own face, that we still see today, that do different things to their skin and their face, that he looked at as, nah, this is a whole nother tribe. So for the sake of these arguments, when they say, and I know what the motivation is that to make all black people the same, for the sake of saying black people sold each other into slavery. But you can go to India and see black people in India, like, darker than us, a lot of them, burnt to a crisp. That everybody would acknowledge it, even those in Saudi Arabia and Sudan. Not saying Sudan, but Saudi Arabia and different Arab countries that's just as dark as us, that everybody knows is Ishmael, or that are Muslims, that they don't even connect to being black like us. But for the sake of these arguments, they act like every black tribe in Africa is black for the sake of saying we sold ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there is an injustice in the earth, that they propagate that. That would be no different than saying that though the Chinese man has white skin, if he sold a European white, that they're all the same people. They don't recognize they both got pale skin. They both got fair skin. Right. What's the difference between white Chinese and white Europe? But they're not identified as being white people together. They still call him the Chinese man, the yellow man, for some reason. And his ass is pale white. So they try to make that connection to say, just to defame us in the way they say, oh, well, y'all really sold yourselves. It really ain't got nothing to do with us. That's a great evil in the earth that they keep perpetuating that.
I had somebody say that to me one time. I took them to Joel 3 when it tells about Tyre and Zidon. When there's two Canaanite nations that sold Israel to the Grecians. And also, if you look at a video, I think Pastor Kelly had put up one time, this white man was talking, which, it doesn't matter what they say, but he was saying that it was not Africans selling Africans. There was two different type of people. He didn't say we was Israelites, but he did say there was two different tribes selling each other, and they was warring against one another. So I think they know the truth, but that's what they use to validate, to try to keep us, just like when we talk about reparations or them paying our money, giving our land back and paying our money back. They'll say, well, Africans sold to us, sold y'all to us. Like, okay, and what? So what y'all did went wrong? So they go to that first, and that's crazy because what they did was wrong. But they want to go to who sold us to y'all. What does it matter? At least they trying to apologize now. Y'all juggers won't even apologize.
Russia and Ukraine, a prime example of that. They're at war. They're virtually the same people. They're at war.
Yeah, he is.
And they make it known that they're different,
Angela.
Or they let it be known that we're a different nation, we're a different country, but they virtually the same people.
Right. And even if you look at, the genetics between certain black tribes, like you go into the Zondervan's Bible Dictionary when it talks about the so-called Negroes are different than some of those Semitic tribes or those Semitic tribes. Just look at some of them African tribes, and this is just my, just my soliloquy on it. Any nation that can't grow a beard is not Israel. I don't care how dark you is. If you a whole nation and none of y'all can grow a beard and you run around with patches around your chin, man, and you barely can fill out a mustache, you're not no Israelite. I don't care how dark you are. There's no way in the world an Israelite nation can be formulated that way, especially when we have laws regarding the beard. And I'm just saying that you see a lot of some of these black nations, like you got certain Ethiopian blacks or black people that are not Israel, man. Some of them are not. And you can see it in the nose that they have, and a lot of them can't grow a mustache. Some of them can't grow a beard. I mean, most of them can't grow a beard. Matter of fact, none of them can. I mean, some of the tribes I'm talking about, I've never seen some of them with full beards. It's like certain Arab nations. And you're going to tell me that we have laws regarding these things and you're supposed to be Israel, but you can't fill your face out? Even if I put neem on your face, I get some neem oil, mustard seed, I can't get no beard out of you. That's outrageous.
That's funny. I got a cousin. He can barely grow hair on his face, and I call him Hamite to this day.
Yo, but look, I'm your brother Kadar. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying all our people.
Yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying.
All right. I'm not saying
that. No, I'm not. Yeah. Oh, God, this is so funny. I call him Hamite to this day. He said, "Man, leave me alone."
Yeah, man. Look, I had a brother. I was locked up, man. You talk about he can't grow his beard. I was like, man, you might want to check your piss, man. Something, man. We got to do you to see if you Zion or not.
That umbrella is for rain.
Nah, but of course, some of our people can't. But and plus, if you look in the book of Philo, the time of growing, like of full age, is really 48, according to how our people looked at it. Like you really wasn't a full man of knowledge, wisdom, understanding, where you put it all together until you was in your almost late 40s. So brothers still got time to grow a beard. They really not in their 20s. It's not a determination they should have a full beard. But I'm just saying, some of our people, I can understand. And when you got a whole nation of baby face people, man, that's nowhere in the world that's Israel.
Babyface gonna get mad at this.
Well, Babyface don't got no beard because he got too much mascara on, so that's his problem.
Yeah, you're right. He could grow, but my cousin's daddy had a full beard, so I don't know why he can't grow.
Hilarious. I remember the brother Eric was telling me he don't trust nobody who can't grow a beard.
Yeah.
But
you can't grow no beard.
Telling you, man, you can't, man.
Somebody said, check the happy group. Oh Lord.
Don't get on the orthodox porn. The haplo.
All I gotta say is you ain't right, brother Lasha.
Y'all know I'm telling the truth, man, on that. I
naked faces.
Got some of the falling in him. No.
Look, listen, if you got a tribe in Africa that got a whole, and they go to the Olympics and they don't win none of the sprints, man, something ain't right.
Oh man, I'm gonna be thinking about that now when I look at the Olympics and see.
You don't think the fact that we got physically that we're superhuman in the sense of our ability to jump, move weight, all these things make that we're different physically, and that's why the curses have so much power on us, is that we're probably the most physically strong people on this earth genetically, and white people have acknowledged that in science, but yet we're at the bottom. That's another testimony to the curses on us, that the Most High has sold us. Our rock has sold us because he has made us the most physically strong, physically fast, smartest people on the planet, but we're at the bottom. And if a nation doesn't have these characteristics, we can say, okay, you don't genealogically fit our people. That's just one of the signs on our people is our genetic makeup, beards, our physical capacity, all these things. And I'm not saying we should be running around checking brothers 40 to make sure that he's Israelite. I'm not saying that at all. See how fast he run the 40-yard dash. I'm just saying that the Most High has given us these gifts, and it is a sign on us.
Yep, that's just more proof that we have the Most High's DNA. You know, it's like when you look at people with certain attributes, that's because they come from a certain pedigree, certain line, come from a divine line. So I always believe that, you know, they rob us of some of our abilities through a lot of these different things we have to do, you know, as far as getting shots and getting all these different things. It's been proven that they give our people different shots than they give other groups.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So maybe that's just a weird belief of mine, but sure, if you read the scriptures, you look at our people and the things they was able to do. How can 10 people turn away 1,000 without supernatural ability? When you look at all these different movies like Bruce Lee, think about what he was able to do on Fist of Fury when he went back to that school and checked all them people, fought about 50 dudes. You know, that pales in comparison to what Samson did with them Philistines. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Angel and Mike. Oh, let's get
Cherry's Shabbat services often involved long sermons about the evils of the Jews who would get what was coming to them in the year 2000 when Jesus would return to start a race war that would end with white folks in chains. Obviously, I'm not going to spend time debunking the unhinged theology of a man who believed that the earth was square. Did I not mention that? That was big for Cherry. But I do have to address one of his ideas, because unfortunately, it's one that a lot of people share. That Jews are white Europeans. That's completely false. Jews are a Semitic people. Our culture, our nation, and our identity originated in the land of Israel. Add in a couple millennia of exile that sent us to every corner of the earth, and you get a vast and dazzling variety of ways to look and be Jewish.
All right, so you're not white people.
Oh my gosh.
How you saying they not white? And you own slaves in America, dog. Like,
but you see the other slick thing? You see how slick he was when he said the black Israelite radical, the dude Cherry, that he was waiting on the white Jesus when he showed the picture.
Yeah, exactly. You see that?
Knowing that he, if any point that you wanted to show a black Jesus, you would know that would be the one he was waiting on. But he was slick with that one.
And did you see how he said they was dispersed? I believe. I don't know how he said that, but we know good well no white people was taking captives during 70 AD.
Let's see where they got them dispersed at.
Well, one second, brother Bonnie, is that when he showed that smorgasbord of people, he made it look like he made being Jewish a religion right then. He wasn't talking about people that was kin, and he was saying there's a large diversity of Jewish people. He literally was making the argument of religion without but implying that he's talking about in a genealogical way. He's trying to make you fill in the gap that's what he's saying. You know, we know that those Jewish people can't be of the same tribe of us looking like they do when they don't have any of the, you know, genetic markers that we have. You know, so he's basically saying, okay, being Jewish is a religion. Look at the Chinese person over there. Like, this is
yeah, good point.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's obvious he taking a religious approach to this.
But he did establish earlier that our argument is that we are the physical descendants.
Mm-hmm.
But his rebuttal is a religious rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What does it say right here? Somebody read that.
I can't see that.
It's not big enough, bro.
Well, it's Jewish Aramaic. Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew, a contemporary Jew, an Israelite, or a Hebrew.
See that? So according to the authoritative 1980 Jewish Almanac, it says, strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew or a contemporary Jew and Israelite. So,
or
yeah,
a Hebrew.
they Jews. Yeah, they Jews. You know, but just like the letter J didn't exist, you know, then our people definitely wasn't calling themselves Jews either.
But they use the land, they use the Bible to say that they're the physical descendants in a way to commandeer the land, and that's where the problem lies. Is that okay? You're pushing a religious doctrine, but to steal the land or to commandeer our land, you try to tie yourself to the people of the physical seed. But now that we throwing that that trick in your face, you want to try to avoid that. You want to try to go as far away from that. You tried to use the manuscript to say that you're the physical seed when you're pushing a religion or the spreading of religion just to get the land. And the fact is that they went into the land back in 1948 with guns blazing, killing all them Palestinians. Like they literally waged war on them. Get your ass out of here, basically. That's not a fulfillment of scripture. Most High never said, "Hey, yo, he said he gonna pluck the heathen out." I believe in Jeremiah chapter 12. I believe, what is it, verse 14 and 16? He gonna pluck them out, and then he said he was gonna put us in the land. These people went in there with guns and wiped these people out damn near, and still are pushing the borders back further.
Mm-hmm.
But here's
go ahead.
Sorry, bro. I just want to say, but here's the thing for me, right? He's like, one of the things he said before he showed this, what's on your screen right now with all these colorful faces on it, right? Is that Jews are a Shemitic people. But so what? So what? The three sons of Noah populated the earth. There are a lot of Shemitic people on the earth. In Isaac shall thy seed be called. Of course, Israelites are Shemitic, but that's not what we're claiming to be. We're claiming to be Israelites, not Shemites, not Hamites, not Japhites. There are a lot of Hamites, Japhites, Shemites all over the world. The world was scattered and populated by the three sons of Noah. Even after the Tower of Babel, the people were scattered and populated the earth again. These are all things that happened before Jacob even stepped on the earth. We're talking about the sons of Jacob. We're not talking about the sons of Shem.
That's a powerful point.
So, and this is another way that they control the narrative. This word Shemite, anti-Semitic. Who cares? Who cares about? And I don't, this is going to sound crazy, but who cares if you're a son of Shem? Who even cares if you're a son of Abraham? It was the Messiah who said, "From these stones can I raise up sons of Abraham." We're not claiming to be sons of Abraham, although we are. We're claiming to be sons of Jacob.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so this is again how they control the narrative. Now we're saying, no, we're Shemitic. We're Shemitic. I can't. We got Kyrie. We got Ye talking about, I'm a Shemite too. No, that's not what we're focused on. We're not focused on being Shemites. We're focused on being Israelites.
Brother Najee, read this for me.
Let me make my screen.
Romans 9:4.
Romans 9
and 4. And read down to down to 8.
Down to 8. All right. Who are Israelites? To whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of the Most High and the promises.
Stop right there. So all this pertain to us. That's why it's important on why we claim who we are. Because the adoption, the glory, the covenant, the giving of the law, the services of the Most High and the promises all belong to us. Keep going, bro.
Who's all the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, the Messiah came, who is over all, the Most High blessed forever. Amen.
Stop right there. So Mashiach came for a physical people. He didn't come for a religion. It said, whom concerning the flesh, Mashiach came. So he came for a physical people, not a religion. All right, keep going, bro.
Not as though the word of the Most High had taken none effect, but they are not all Israel, which are of Israel.
Start right there. Now, here's a mistake that a lot of our people make. We'll say because this scripture, when we find a disagreement, we'll be like, oh, well, not all Israel is Israel. No, that's not what it's saying. It's not saying that an Israelite is not an Israelite. And it's not speaking in spiritual terms either. You find out because Israel was scattered amongst all these people, that even though they were scattered amongst the Gentiles, that doesn't mean all the Gentiles were Israelites. And it further clarifies it because we're talking about a physical people. It's going to take you right back to the physical. Read again and read the next one.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
So stop again. See, that's exactly what the brother Najee was saying. It's not about whether or not they Abraham's seed or not. In Isaac shall thy seed be called. We're stating claim to being Israelites, not being Shemitic. All Shemitic people are not Israelites, but all Israelites are Shemitic. Keep reading.
That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of the Most High, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed.
Start right there. So the children of the promise is counted for the seed. And Isaac's seed should that be called. So the promise belonged to Isaac's seed. The other ones, Abraham's seed, the rest of Abraham's seed, that's the children of the flesh. How do we know that? Let's take a look at this next scripture. Let's go to Galatians. Read this.
Want me to start from 21?
4 and 21.
All right. Tell me, ye that desire to be under the law, do ye not hear the law?
Keep going.
For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman.
Stop right there. So now we talking about Isaac and we talking about Ishmael. All right. Now we know from what we read in Romans, Isaac was the seed of the promise. Now keep reading.
But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh.
Stop right there. Stop right there. They are children of the flesh. All right. The children of the flesh. Keep reading.
But he of the free woman was by promise.
But he of the free woman was by promise. So when we start reading this scripture, we got to remember, stop spiritualizing certain aspects and finish reading in order to get the full context of things. You'll never see a Chinese person say someone ain't Chinese because they don't believe the same thing as another Chinese person. When does a Chinese person stop being Chinese? When does an Arab stop being an Arab? When does a white person stop being a white person based off of their ideology? But we as Israelites, we spiritualize our nationality by saying, well, all Israel ain't Israel. No, they are Israel.
Right. The most you might see is they might call them a traitor to their people.
Exactly. If that was the case, none of us is Israel because we fell and we're under a curse. So how do we become Israel then all of us? We always been the Most High's people. We just didn't know we were. So when we say all Israel is not Israel, that is not saying that Israelites are not Israelites. That is talking about Israelites that were scattered amongst Gentiles.
But also, brother, just to piggyback what you're saying to add to it, you go in 2 Kings 17 when an Assyrian king, can you hear me?
I'm grabbing it for you.
Yeah, if you go into 2 Kings chapter 17, it might be around the 34th verse, if I ain't mistaken. When the king of Assyria placed certain people in our land. Let me see, is that we could read that verse, but it goes, if you go up, matter of fact, go up to verse 29, I believe. Or it might be able to go for matter of fact, go up into 26.
Okay.
This is where we get in the Samaritan from, or the Samaritan. Like at the time where this is quoted after that time. Go ahead and read that and I'll say what I'm gonna say.
Okay. So 2 Kings 17:26 says, "Wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, The nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria know not the manner of the Most High of the land. Therefore he hath sent lions among them, and behold, they slay them, because they know not the manner of the Most High of the land."
Now, if you look at it, over 700 years or 800 years before Paul made that statement, you had people that became synonymously known as Samaritans. Now, some of them were scattered Israelites, very few of them, but most of them were of these tribes. If you go up into verse 24, the Sephardic and all them different ones, or matter of fact, you go down, you'll see that the different nations that was placed in the land, that the king of Assyria placed there. The northern kingdom never returned to that land. So when Paul is saying that they're not all Israel, not all those of Israel are Israel, you literally had people living in Israel that wasn't of the children of Israel. A lot of them, which we had contentions with, being the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin and Levi, with the Samaritans, that we didn't know which ones were Israelite people, because they had been in the land over 700 years. So you had people living in Israel, some adopting our culture in ways that were not of Israel. They were not of the seed of Israel, but they lived in the land. And even some of them was confused. That's why you have the point in the scriptures where the Mashiach says to one Syrophoenician woman, he answered her not a word, but you also had a Samaritan which he did speak to, and he said, go get thy husband, or that they were waiting on the Messiah themselves. So you had a variance there. So when Paul is talking about this, you had a lot of people living in the land that literally were not Israelites, but they lived in Israel. They were of the land because they were there for 700 years, 800 years, but they were not Israelites. They just were some people that were physically raised in the land. They were of the children of the bondwoman, or in the sense of they were not according to the promise.
Mm-hmm.
The same way we have these discussions now about who's Israel in America, man. This he not, or this person not Israel. It's the same discussion now that we have, that there are people running around that might be masquerading as Israel, some are, some not, and we're not saying that there's a physical seed of Israel, and that would be to say that the people that live there now, and them Ish people, are Israelites just because they live in our land. Yeah, they were born there. They're of that land. They're citizens there, but they're not from there. They're not of the seed.
Yes, that makes good sense, because we was born here, but we're not of this land.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Right.
Also, like, when we look into prophecy, also, we know that we're the people, because prophecy says the Most High is going to bring everybody back to their heritage. So if the Most High is saying he's bringing every man back to their heritage, which is in Jeremiah 12:15, it says, "And it shall come to pass, after I have plucked them out, I will return and have compassion on them, and will bring them again, every man to his heritage, and every man to his land." So if this is a future prophecy, right? This is what's happening right now. What heritage are we coming to? If we're coming to a heritage, we're the only people in the earth that's saying this. That's saying, "Oh, we're the children of Israel." We're the only people coming to this heritage in these last days. So if the Most High said he's going to bring us to our heritage, that tells you whoever's in that heritage before we started awakening, that's not them. That's not the people.
Hey, Brother Bond, if you look at something else, and what them Jewish people are really mad at us about is that while they're willing to make concessions that we're Jewish too, just by their vocation, we're saying that, nah, we not Jewish. We're not willing to share the land with you. We want you gone. We're not willing to share anything with you. They're trying to make the concession that, well, maybe we're Israelites. We're saying, nah, man, we don't have nothing to do with y'all. We want the land. We want our heritage back in full. We don't want to share it with you. We're not willing to make that concession. We're not willing to throw you no lifeline and nothing like that. We want you to holler back. We want what belongs to us. And that's their beef. Or I ain't gonna say that's their beef, but that's something that makes them have an unfriendly approach to us, because we're not willing to concede.
Well, here's the thing. Can y'all see the screen?
Yep.
All right, so let me show you something. How do we come back to something like this? Check this out. This is what's going on in Israel.
Politics about seekers
Hold on.
are unfolded in
Hold on. Here we go. This is what's going on.
עדיין לא מאוחר, אפשר מחר לעשות מעשה, להתחיל לאסוף את המסתננים, לא צריך לחכות לבג"ץ, לא צריך שום דבר.
אני רואה חרא מחוץ לבית שלי, יליקות, פסיכופטים, אנשים שרק מחפשים איך לרצוח אותי בעיניים שלהם, אבל אף אחד לא מאמין לנו. אנחנו גזענים כדי לרצות לשמור על החיים שלנו ועל השפיות שלנו. אז אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אם אני גזענית בשביל לשמור על החיים שלי, אני גאה.
While protests raged in the streets against the presence of asylum seekers from Africa, the man who held the power to determine their fate, Deputy Prime Minister Eli Yishai, demanded their expulsion.
אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים, ואני פועל להשיג את כל הכלים, וזה לא קל. אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים בלי יוצא מן הכלל, תוך פחות משנה לא יישאר בארץ ישראל אפילו מסתנן אחד.
And the few isolated Israelis who dared to protest, like this woman, were met with harsh backlash.
לכי את לו! תלכי מפה! תלכי! את תשועה עם קוצ'י, לכי! לא מתפייתם!
At the anti-African rallies we documented, one figure was ubiquitous, a member of Knesset named Michael Ben Ari. In August 2010, we interviewed him at his Knesset office.
יש להם שם בית. מה זה גירוש? איזה גירוש? הם שווים הביתה. כל מדינה בעולם מתוקנת הייתה עושה את זה. נהפוך להיות מדינת הגירה, אבל יש כאלה שעוינים את המדינה. ולכן הם רוצים להפוך אותה למדינת אזרחי כל העולם. נביא לפה מיליון אפריקאים, חצי מיליון...
They want us to live in. They want us to live with them amongst this. That's what they think we want to live amongst. They think we want to come out and we want to deal with the racist garbage, you know, and their perpetual hatred of us over in the land that belongs to us. They think that we want that.
They don't push that.
I don't normally dwell
on. Let me get back to this guy. Hold on. All right.
Add in a couple.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No. I was just saying they don't push that here. Over here, they push that everybody love everybody agenda, and they put the Jewish face on it to make it look like the way they perpetuate they love us here is the same way they love us over there in Israel. When we got brothers there, we know they hate us there and they mistreat us there. So it's just for the sake of meaningless discussions in America that they say, okay, man, we should be friends with the Jewish people. Man, that's just here in Babylon, where everybody pretends that they like everybody else. But in the land of Israel right now, them Ish people, man, don't give a damn about us. And they inflict many hardships on us.
One thing real quick I want to point out, hopefully I didn't just cut anybody off, but if we look at what's on the screen right now, that map where he's about to show the dispersion of what he calls Shemitic people, what he's calling Jews. If you remember, you don't have to go back to it, Brother Banya, but if you remember at the beginning of the video where he was talking about the Atlantic slave trade, he showed the same map, only it was coming out of Africa, and he showed the same arrows, right? Now, this is how they relate the plight of the Negro, the plight of the Israelite to the plight of the Jews. This is how he does it. He's showing the same map, pretty much the same map of the world, and he's showing those arrows of dispersion. And it's showing you the similarities between them. is telling you we are one people when we are not. This is a game that is played.
Millennia of exile that sent us to.
Look, and then look, notice this little spot right here. That's supposed to be Israel. From Israel all the way out here and all the way out over here and out there, right? Not talking about the migration that took part anymore now. Now you ain't going to talk about the migration that took part and then was dispersed from from all these different areas. You want to say, oh, they was just dispersed from outward? Come on, man.
He's just trying to mimic our people being dispersed, man. There's only one dispersion, and that's us.
Exactly.
Every corner of the earth, and you get a vast and dazzling variety of ways to look and be Jewish. So yeah, there are a lot of reasons that I don't love Frank Cherry's ideology. And I want to stress, neither did most Hebrew Israelites.
You echoing, brother.
Some of the founders of...
What?
Said you were echoing.
I'm echoing? Hold on. This happens every time I stop it and start it up. Hold on.
Later Hebrew Israelite congregations were...
Is it still echoing?
Play it again.
Mixed race Jews of color.
Nah, it's not echoing anymore.
Adding an extra dimension to their identity. So where do they belong? Are they Jews? Are they Hebrew Israelites? Are they both? Well, again, that really depends on who you ask. So I ask. In short, the Hebrew Israelite community is pretty diverse. But Asher Moore, a 31-year-old Hebrew Israelite living in Israel, isn't particularly interested in definitions or labels.
I'm not focusing on what separates us. I'm focusing on what connects us. If we want to focus on things that separates us, we can find a lot of those things. But my question is, what unites us? And what unites us is actually the desire to return back to our homeland.
Unfortunately,
that ain't
no community is exempt.
Us. What unites us is the curses that we've been afflicted by the same people. Just because somebody want to go into the land, that's not a commonality to be built upon. Like, oh, because you want to go to Costco's and I want to go to Costco's. Let's be friends. And what if you want to go to Costco's and buy bacon?
What if you change it to just because we both want to go to my house, we should live there?
Yeah, exactly. Because we both want to go to my house, we should both live there.
Yeah, LeBron James, look out, man! I'm on my way with my family.
Tell him.
See, one thing also that kind of ruins us is that this concept of race has really kind of structured the way we think. And like
they always find some way to get our own people to argue their points for them. You ever notice that?
Yeah, exactly. But my point about this is they could show a black face, but this is probably not an Israelite.
Right.
Not all black people are Israelites.
It's a great point.
And so you could get a black face from anywhere. You could get them from America. You could get them from anywhere in Africa. You get them from Australia. You could get these black people from anywhere, but they are not necessarily Israelites simply because of the color of their skin. And we are not claiming that either. That's not what makes us Israelites. This thing about race is it has nothing to do with us. Who knows who this brother is or what his lineage is or where he's from or what he's claiming to be? He could be a religious Jew. Who knows?
Exactly. Yep. Where's your
another bald-faced liar?
He could be our cousin, the Edomite.
Exactly.
Where's your stash, dude?
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I will say when it comes to you heard in the video, the lady was talking about being racist and how she's proud to be a racist.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the common form of racism that all the other nations have that we don't have. You know, when it comes to racism, we get triggered by that word into automatically thinking hate toward other groups, when the central aspect of racism is groups preserving themselves in the best interest of their own people. And that's something that we don't have. So can't nobody say that black people are racist or reverse racism or none of that crap, because we're the only people who don't practice that form of racism or racism to any degree.
Exactly.
The desire to return.
Can y'all still hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not echoing, is it?
No, not anymore.
Back to our homeland.
Unfortunately, no community is exempt from the prejudices embedded within the laws of their society. In the racially segregated societies of the 19th and 20th centuries in America, many would-be Jews of color who were seeking access to Judaism found those doors closed, forbidden from Jewish communities or houses of worship, barred from the knowledge and practice they saw as their birthright. That exclusion was painful, even traumatic. And it's one reason why the Jewish and Hebrew Israelite communities have such a complicated relationship. Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthew, founder of the largest Hebrew Israelite community in America, understood this. As the head of the Commandment Keepers movement, he dedicated much of his life to building bridges with mainstream Jewish communities. Though his rejection from the New York Board of Rabbis left Rabbi Matthew feeling stung and discredited, he never let his personal hurt calcify into resentment. Instead, he advocated fiercely for Jewish communities in Europe during and after World War II, encouraging his followers to maintain that spirit of brotherly kindness and sympathy towards the Jews. Rabbi Matthew would have been horrified by his former congregant Abba Bivens, who broke from the Commandment Keepers to found a new congregation that would soon give rise to some of the most noxiously anti-Semitic ideologies in America. An ideology rooted explicitly in the hatred of a lot of people.
I would, you know, he's not going to explain how. I'm white and I say so.
Especially Jews. Unsurprisingly, radical Hebrew Israelites traffic in all of the greatest hits of anti-Semitic stereotypes. Jews control the world, Jews control the slave trade, Jews profit off of other people.
So all of this is lies. That's what he's saying. Kanye West, when he showed his lawyers, those that were execs, you know, he was lying. Those who are in charge of certain things in Hollywood, he was lying.
Jews control the world, Jews control the slave trade.
So when we read about the Jewish guy saying that they took part, right? It says at the height of American slavery, 78% of slave owners were ethnic Jews. That's a lie, right? That's a lie. That's not a lie. It's the truth.
Trade, Jews profit off of other people.
So these people right here, right? Fox News. This guy don't own Fox News. This guy don't own NBC. This guy don't own ABC. Mark Zuckerberg, he don't own Facebook. He's not a Jew. He's not Jewish. This guy Richard Plepler, he don't own HBO or the New York Times, CBS, CNN. These guys don't own these stuff, huh? Jews control your mind because they control the media. Everybody know that television is for programming people. Well, not everybody. But if a simple picture of Jesus Christ, right, being put up is so much ingrained in our people's minds that today, even when we know that he don't look that way, when we see that picture, the first thought come to our mind is Jesus Christ. If a simple picture is able to do that, why wouldn't media and news be able to program people? And the suppression of information and the banning of books. If that's not what they're doing. Come on now, man.
Jews of the Synagogue of Satan, etc., etc., etc. Let me put it this way. You know something's messed up when you see Tom Metzger, a former KKK Grand Dragon, whatever that means, remark approvingly that radical Hebrew Israelites are the black counterparts of us.
I read somewhere that the Ku Klux Klan was started by Jewish people.
Well, you seen Black Klansmen, a Jewish dude was able to fit right in, so they make the distinctions as if there's a difference between white Jewish people and white people that just claim to be of European descent. The same cats. They're interchangeable. That's why when Whoopi Goldberg said what she says if a Klansman was chasing her, and I'm paraphrasing what she said, says a Klansman was chasing her, is that she would have to run. She couldn't just blend right in per se, because Jewish and white people look the same. So he wouldn't even have to run. And she got a lot of flack for that. But it's the truth. Jewish people are just other white people, and they show that in movies. They show that when they say they got those I think we did a show one time where we showed all them white people that you didn't know was Jewish. How could you do a show? Guess who you didn't know was black?
Man, that go right over people's heads.
Like, yo, I knew he was black. What you talking about? You must have didn't know.
But to Brother Najid's point, he said that they can pass anybody off as black, and I noticed they did that a lot during the time when they had all these different movements, like the Me Too movement and the what was it? It was some other things they had going on, but one thing they did to make it look like a lot of black people were unified is they had these Ethiopians posing as black people, as regular black people. And I'm like, these people they have speaking, these are not brothers and sisters that you would see normally. These don't even look like our people. But they put them up there because they have that dark skin. And that's supposed to get the agenda pushed through.
Us meaning literal white supremacists. Like we needed any more proof that hatred is irrational. But irrational doesn't mean not dangerous. Radical Hebrew Israelite ideology has already killed people.
2 suspects got out of their van and began firing at the JC Kosher supermarket in Jersey City.
4 shot to death in a Jersey City kosher grocery in 2019.
The suspect slashed his way through a house full of Orthodox Jewish worshipers.
5 people stabbed with a machete during a Hanukkah party 2 weeks later, and the movement is spreading. In 2015, the radical...
So he never said how that was connected to Israelites. He never said how that connected us, or how these people, how they are connected to the ideology or the understanding that they're Israelites. He didn't even say if they believed they were Israelites. Just bullhead liar.
Hebrew Israelite group, Israel United in Christ, had 5,000 members. Today, it's 10,000. But it's not their numbers that worry me. It's their rate of growth, especially as prominent celebrities amplify the most vile parts of radical Hebrew.
Hold up, y'all.
So that's radical. That's vile. Hebrews and Negroes was vile.
Did he say Hebrew Israelites only had 5,000 members?
He said IUIC.
Oh, IUIC, okay.
Then he said they grew into 10,000. Then he said it's not their numbers that make him afraid. It's the growth.
Be very afraid because we in the millions now. Every day somebody waking up.
Hey, man, y'all, can you reach out to that guy?
Man, I wish I could, man. I posted on his thing, and we got a whole slew of comments. Let me see if I can pull up one.
He got a lot of questions he got to answer.
First question I have is, where is your stash?
Naked face, man. So I got like almost 434 replies.
Damn.
Whoa.
Damn, you've been over there. Damn. Look,
I only said a couple of
the person doesn't even got 23 replies, one reply. Damn, bro, you've been over there tussling.
I only said this. Everybody else most of the replies is from other people.
Damn, look at that.
The other people just going in on each other. But I basically asked the question of I said, okay, look, I said it would be nice to see an actual conversation take place instead of a one-sided view of what other people believe, you know. And then I replied to this lady a couple of days ago because she said the stupidest thing. She said, I wonder why they would think God set aside or gave them a land of milk and honey to lactose intolerant people. Yeah. Wow. So she said, why would the Most High give the land of milk and honey to a lactose intolerant people? So I said, LOL. I said, this got to be the dumbest unbiblical understanding I heard. And then she said, so you think God is dumb? So I said, no, I think you are. The statement was not literal. It was metaphorical. What do you think? The land had rivers of milk and honey?
But we know what's crazy about that is that she makes that statement like we can't avoid dairy. Can you avoid the sun running around?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Wow. Wow.
We don't have to.
We can avoid drinking milk.
Yeah, I mean, we don't gotta drink no milk. And besides, you can make milk out of almonds and cashews. We ain't got to take none from no damn cows and goats.
Well,
what I want to know.
Check this out. Check this out, though. If you go to Genesis 18,
I'm gonna put that in there.
Look, if you go to
we can avoid milk.
Look, if you go to Genesis 18, what did Abraham take and set before the Most High when the Most High appeared before him in verse 8?
What did you say? What you say again, bro? Let me get that.
I said, and if you go to Genesis 18:8, what did our forefather Abraham set before the Most High when the Most High appeared before him and he went and prepared the food for him? What did he set before him in verse 8?
In verse 8, it says, and he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat.
So how we lactose intolerant and the Most High ain't? It's something y'all doing to the milk.
Right. All that pus and stuff in it. And I mean, we never had a problem. No nation on this earth had a particular problem with dairy outside isolated people. There's a reason why our people synonymously can't deal with that stuff. Is because what they do it to it, like Brother Ebri just said.
Well, here's another misconception. She said, why would milk be an asset to people who get sick if they consume it? I don't think she understands what lactose. I've never got sick from milk, but I'm lactose intolerant. It would give me gas, but I've never gotten sick off of it.
I think she's going by some study out there saying that it's basically bad for black people. But with me, only thing I like cheese. I've been laying off cheese. It'll stop me up if I eat too much. But other than that, it never made me sick.
Yeah, we still eat cheese. I eat cheese. I'm lactose intolerant, but I eat cheese and I eat ice cream. I'm just not too particularly fond of milk. But
a lot of
ice cream,
a lot of them caucuses, man, they come out with these studies and they'll just put like they did with the coronavirus, man. They put a propaganda out there that it was mainly killing us. But I got family members that work in hospitals, and here they laid up from the bottom floor to the top floor, full of COVID, dying of it. But yet on TV they got us dying, as to push that what's the name on us.
Exactly.
But when you went to the hospitals and you're looking at the numbers, they were the ones that were actually getting slaughtered by that particular thing, And not to bring up, because I don't know the person's doctrine. I remember they had I saw someone on TikTok where somebody was possessed, and they were talking about that particular thing, and it was talking about how they came out with it to attack the people of the Most High, to get some of them. Now, of course, they making it blanket according to religion, but supposedly this demon was in the person was saying that why they came out with the COVID. I mean, damn, I said the word. That's why they came out with that thing. Just to get the Most High's people. I'm trying to avoid the landmine.
Did you say Coulter's barbecue?
Exactly. Yeah, the one with the extra spicy one.
Coulter's is what he said. Coulter's barbecue.
Coulter's,
It specifically went into the vaccine. Oh, damn, I said it again. I mean, it went into the thing.
The vacuum.
It went into the vacuuming of the
the flu vaccine.
Right. It went in, and this unclean spirit literally said that it was made to attack the people with most. I'm actually go to TikTok and I'm gonna tag us to it, so we can see it, or like at least so y'all brothers can see what I'm talking about.
You got it now?
I'm gonna go to it right now because I did put I think I saved it in my
He said Kyrie. This was what did you say about Kyrie?
Especially as prominent celebrities amplify the most vile parts of radical Hebrew Israelite ideology.
Hebrew to Negroes was the most vile part. So you got Kyrie up in there because he really messed up, him and Kanye.
But Jeff Bezos didn't mess up.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos he didn't mess up at all.
He just made a bunch of money off of the books and the movie itself, but he didn't mess up.
Yeah, he just got rich. He was already rich. I hope that did they stop selling it yet?
Oh no, they still selling it.
Yeah, good for that brother. I hear that they shut down his Cash App or something like that, so he couldn't get paid off of it. Something to that effect.
How about that Cash App man that got killed? What y'all think about that? I ain't change just when you said that made me think about it. Whole lot of stuff going on in the world today, but
you know what, man? They're supposed to be coming out with this other cash thing called Fed something. I forgot the name of it, but it's supposed to be funneling through all your cash supposed to be funneled through there, giving the government access to your bank accounts and stuff like that. You know,
that sound like some old mob stuff. You know how you want to remove somebody, get them out of position so you can operate in a different way, but you gotta remove this individual. Seem like that kind of play. Now you look at how many people got cash out, and they moving forward to make the currency obsolete and going digital and all that. And I just got a message saying that 2024, everybody who got cash out, all the information have to be turned in to the IRS and all this kind of stuff. So that just seemed kind of suspicious.
Yeah, so now they looking to tax you if you had cash out? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, while the brother's getting that, I'm going to go to a commercial. Brother Elisha, you still grabbing that?
Yeah, I got it now. I'm going to put it inside the private. You can rock out with it.
All right, so I'm going to go to a commercial first, and then we'll be right back. Hold on. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Be back. Hey, you know what? I just got the message from the brother. Hey, I want to apologize to everybody. It's 4/20/21 over here. I got to keep in mind that we're dealing with other coasts, you know, and y'all might be on y'all Shabbat. So I apologize. Just disregard all the sales stuff. I know ain't nobody gonna buy nothing on the Shabbat, and we closed down the store for the Shabbat. But nevertheless, you know, I hope I didn't offend anybody with that. I just totally forgot. So please, accept this. I repent, and please accept my apologies for that. Brother Elisha.
Yeah. I put the. I'm sorry. I sat there and put it inside the chat box, but I didn't send it. Right there, it go right there.
Okay. Here we go. Oh. So here we go, and I'm gonna share my screen. Hold on. Okay. So walk us through this, bro. All right.
Yeah, they're doing an exorcism on this female, and they start to ask about, you know, the things regarding, you know, the thing that's been circulating in the earth since, you know, 2020, 2019.
All right. Here we go.
Start dying. What's the plan? You don't know. But the is going to kill them. Does the protect them from COVID?
Not at all.
Not at all. But they say it protects them from COVID. So you say it doesn't at all?
Because they were.
Gosh. Man.
Really? Now, why do they want to kill the people? Hmm? Why is Jesus coming soon?
Yeah.
So they're trying to kill as many as they can before he comes. When is he coming? Soon. You don't know. No one knows. But we know it's soon, right? Time is short, right? Look at me. It's Christ. Look at me. You're arrested. Is the part of your kingdom set? Is it?
But she won't take it.
What happens if she takes it?
She's
She's yours. How? It's just it's team. No, but it's
Let me notice the serpent.
the serpents. What serpents?
Could get lost.
That shows medicine, the serpents. Is that what you're talking about? No, I don't believe you're talking nonsense. So you work through witchcraft.
So what?
Most of that I didn't see. I only seen, it was only a short clip I saw regarding what I was speaking about, what I mentioned regarding the you know, that Vera. So all this other stuff they're going into, I haven't seen that, but you know, particularly I think I saw it was like a 30-second video. I grabbed this clip because I seen the girl and I recognized that was her. So whatever they say in this regarding other things in big pharma, I didn't see that part. But particularly when they mentioned Vera, is that it was meant to kill, you know, not heal from, you know, that from Clarence.
You know, a lot of people was talking about that too. How it was killing them. You know what? When it was killing people like that, it was at a point where people would have really started taking heed. You know, about what's going on with our people in this country. But in order to quell that, they started saying that like our people are dying a lot now. You know, and then people went right back to business as usual. Because if the people knew that these plagues were hitting them, then they would more so be like, well, hold on, man. Like, you know, why is this happening? You know?
Yeah, well, you know, you got in there where whatever the unclean spirit was, said that it was meant to get more people before, the Mashiach return. And it was the one I originally seen. It looked like it was like denoting just basically certain types of people, they really trying to get at, and that's what it said, on that subject. So when and I like when I was in the joint, it was like really pushing that thing, pushing Vera on people. They was pushing it hard, and I'm one of the only people that was like, "Nah, I ain't getting it." I even lost my job in there, but they ended up back after they got everybody to do it and give me people fearful they was going to lose their job and diminution credits. After everybody got it, then they turn around and say, "Hey man, you didn't have to get it." So yeah, a lot of dudes coming up to me talking about, "Dag man, I feel stupid, man. You stuck to your guns." And now they're giving you your job back. But a lot of guys got it, and they waited till dudes got it. And then turned around and said, "Oh, well, we wasn't supposed to do that." By then, they already got it.
Mm-hmm. They
So,
were supposed to be able to take it, threatening their jobs and everything.
Yeah, but it goes like how it was with, if you ever seen House of Numbers, when you had the AIDS epidemic. And if you look at the House of Numbers, it literally showed in there how the medicine that they made for AIDS, which they later came out that the medicine was killing more people. The medicine was really killing the people. That's how it is with this. It's that you notice that a lot of people died, particularly the ones that got a lot of the treatment. And then they started, okay, now people ain't dying. So it was like, okay, you got to come back and get another piece of that thing, and another piece and another piece. Now it's like a perpetual thing, and it's like, I guess the more times we put that thing up in you, the greater chance that you're gonna fall from it. Mm-hmm. But this is no different than when HIV came on the scene. I implore all of y'all to go see a documentary called The House of Numbers. And in that documentary, they had a little girl that had AIDS. She was, a couple of people adopted her. She was just real sick as a baby, and as long as she was on the medicine, she was just dead. She was deadly sick. So they was making an arrangement that the baby should die. She was real young. So they was like, they're just going to take her off the medicine and just let her die in peace. Man, they showed that girl in college. Everybody in that documentary, particularly once they did studies on, the ones who kept taking the medicine died. The ones who stopped taking medicine were the ones who lived and were alive at the time of the shooting of the documentary. And it was really the medicine that was killing them, but it came under the guise of a disease or a plague. And they was using that plague to get you to take this medicine and this treatment. And that's what they was using to get you up out of it. And it's no different from this.
We had speculated from the start. We said that the plague was actually killing the other people, but the vax, they made the gumdrops to kind of even out the numbers of them dying and us dying.
Yeah. Well, they definitely died more in number than we did because our people were already skeptical. Their people was rushing to get that thing. They was rushing to get Vera like she was the sexiest thing on earth. So they didn't have any Pauls or reservations. They didn't have no Tuskegee experiments and things like that to say we skeptical of y'all. That's why they pushed it on us like that. It's been proven that it's certain diseases that they specifically made to attack genetic markers in our people specifically. AIDS being one of them, amongst others. We act like this stuff is conspiracy theories. They don't even care that they scientists come out and say, "Hey, man, it was made to get y'all. This is made to kill y'all." And it's looked like you're speaking conspiracies, but the scientific community, different doctors have come out and say, "Yo, man, this was directly to attack you." So that person gets discredited. And we just run around thinking, how would they do that? Somebody would say something. Of course, somebody did say something. That's how we're articulating it to you. Nobody said nothing. Who would be talking about it? So somebody said something. You just don't believe. You just believe this faction mean you some well or some good.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. You don't believe the people who said it because it's a conspiracy until mainstream news stations say it.
Yeah, but they made sure they did enough to have people convinced too by threatening the natural way of life of people here. That was the main backdrop behind why people went and got it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people aren't able to refrain and just chill out for a while, you know. So like the brother said, they threaten your livelihood. Now you have people filing lawsuits against companies for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the underlying reasons why when you look at that Kyrie Irving trade to the Mavericks, he lives in the state. He was in New York. And so they're actually supposed to pay him for that time that they made him sit out because of that.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's funny. Then all the people that came at him, now they're going to come back and say he had every right, but they put that heat on him. You know, they literally wanted to make him fold, and that's what they do. That's why you can't really trust anything that they try to give to you, man. It is something sinister going on. You know, especially when you're directing something experimental at a particular people. Man, I don't believe Trump took that stuff. I don't believe Biden took that stuff, man. Like anybody can, shoot, water into somebody. You know, like I don't believe they took that at all. You know, all that stuff is, smoke and mirrors and theatrics. You know, it's been overwhelmingly shown that these things are negative. Even when you got unclean spirits, like yeah, that's what we getting down. That's what we doing. That's what we doing. You know, and you talk about these serpents, man. What nation represents the serpent? Nations represent the animals in the Bible. Nations represent when it talks about mountains and kingdoms, man. Nations represent those things in the scriptures, man. You know, everybody want to play footsie and act like it's talking about these rogue angels all the time, but it's nations that enforce these things and accomplish the will. That's why they get the notions of different animals in the Bible: the serpent, the dragon, the tiger, the lamb. All these things are denoting nations. You know, people think that the Most High is just coming to deal with the spiritual only is people that enforce and enact these things. That if you go into the prophecies, these are the ones being called into judgment. These are the ones that the Most High is saying he's overthrowing. He's overthrowing the nations that perpetuate these things. But religion would teach us that it has nothing to do with the nations. It's about this rogue angel, and everybody, he's against us, and when we're against him. Come on, man. That's not what the Bible teaches. That is just a rogue angel on his own doing these things. These nations are the one that the Most High is saying he's going to topple, and restore us in the earth. Not to say that there's not a spiritual presence there that's, or an angel, the fallen ones that brought these things on the earth. Not saying that, but I'm saying that the Most High said he's going to make nations to fall, destroy nations.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no rogue angel out there that I need to side with white people against. No, sir. You rocking out with it. So
That's why a lot of the brothers say that Esau is the devil the Bible speaks of. Their adversary to Israel.
Yeah, that's wicked to have a pandemic out there like that, and you literally have people losing their jobs because they won't take something that should be optionary, man. Like, you talk about this, and to the point where they were about to disannul their own constitution, and they've infringed upon that. You don't have no religious right. Look at how in the schools they got a right to teach your kid to be a homosexual or a transgender, but then they don't want to read a Bible verse. Like, how is it that that's not a political agenda? How is that not a indoctrination that is even more severe than what they believe or what they feel about the manuscript? But you got to really worry about your kids being taught that it's okay to be of the opposite sex and to get drugs and surgeries that push to that end, and then they'll vilify the parents. Everything that's not no unclean angel with a unclean spirit with a gun to their head. Unclean spirit might put a word in your mind to help you develop evils, but in Psalm 64 it says they accomplish it. Like they have a diligent thought. They say it says they search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent thought in Psalm 64. They're seeking these things out, better ways to afflict the earth and destroy the people in it. Like it's called a spade when it comes to it.
Indeed. So let's finish up this video real quick.
And you know what I really hate about this? It creates a rift between two peoples who should be the strongest allies. Black and Jewish communities are intimately acquainted with trauma. We should be the first to embrace and uplift each other, with Jews of color, like me and so many others, as the bridge. And yet, radical Hebrew Israelite rhetoric keeps us divided and afraid. My friend Kazriel experienced this firsthand before converting to Judaism from Hebrew Israelism.
A lot of people told me before I came into mainstream Judaism that Jews are racist or they're bigots and all these other type of things, right? And that I'm not going to ever be accepted into the community. I'm always going to be this outsider. But me living within the community has shown that to be a lie.
Hate flourishes in ignorance, but it's hard to hate someone you know, someone you've talked to and laughed with, someone who's taken the time to get to know you. So I reach out on social media and in real life. I try to build bridges between communities, whether they're Black or Jewish or Hebrew Israelite or some combo of the three, because Ashriel is right. We shouldn't focus on what divides us. All that really matters is that we acknowledge each other as human beings, each of us created in the image of God.
Tell that guy, give us all that money they was in.
Oh, let me grab this scripture real quick.
It's crazy, man.
How can he say we need this?
Brother, I read this in Brother Dante Forson. All right, in Dante Forson's chat. Hold on. Hold on. Where's it at? All right, so I read this in the brother chat, and I read this to explain to the people that the Most High bestowed his love on Israel and Israel only. He don't love everybody. The Most High ain't choose everybody. The Most High ain't set his love upon everybody. That's the whole point of us being a special people unto him. Hold on, let me grab Deuteronomy 2. What does this say? It says, for thou art a holy people unto the Most High thy Elohim. The Most High thy Elohim hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So that right there shows a hierarchy. All right? We ain't all equal in the Most High's sight. The Most High is not a respectable person concerning judgment. The soul that sinneth should die, all alike. The Most High is just in his balances, right? And it says, the Most High did not set his love upon you, right? Notice it say he set his love upon you. When he chose Israel, he set his love upon us. He didn't set it upon everybody. He said that you will be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth, meaning his love only went to Israel and nobody else. He said, nor did he choose you because you were more in number than any people, for ye were few of all people. So the Most High can create whatever he wants and choose to love whatever he wants. Like if I'm an artist and I make paintings, right? And I make all these different type of paintings. It's one painting that I make that I love. It's my right to choose and love that painting if I want to. I don't have to love all the paintings. I created the paintings. The painting didn't create me. And that's how people look at at the Most High, like they the creator. The Most High is the creator. If he said he chose and he loved Israel, that's what it is. It's not unrighteousness. The Most High can choose and have mercy on whom he want to have mercy on. People don't want to grasp that. And then you got some people saying that, if you say stuff like that, you in trouble with hellfire. The scriptures say this. This is the Bible. Do we believe the Bible? 2nd Ezra 6:53. Upon the 6th day thou givest commandments unto the earth, that before thee it should bring forth beasts, cattle, creeping things. And after these Adam also, whom thou madest the master of us, of all thy creatures, of him come we all. So we all come from Adam. And then it goes on and says, and the people whom thou hast chosen. All this I have spoken before thee, O Father, because thou madest the world for our sake. That means when the Most High created everything, he created it for Israel. He spoke the end from the beginning. When he created it, he had us in mind. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. How does it sound? I love you, you are nothing to me, though. He never said that about Israel. He never said you are nothing to him, to Israel. He said, as for the other people that come from Adam, they said they are nothing. Is that hatred or is that Bible? Ezra's just quoting. He's coming from somewhere.
You're being a racist. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm being hateful and racist for reading these verses and understanding. Look, Isaiah 40:15. Behold, the nations are a drop of a bucket. That's what he said in 2nd Ezra. And are counted at the small dust of the balance. Behold, he taketh up the isles as a very little thing. And Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beast thereof sufficient for burnt offerings. The Most High don't even want their sacrifices. It says all nations before him are as nothing, and are counted to him less than nothing in vanity. So where's the argument at?
They're ungrateful, man. Like the Most High threw them a bone. Like this is as far as I'm willing to give you. Like the woman, he said the dogs eat from the children's table. They're not happy with what they've been given. When he told them in Isaiah to take hold of my covenant, do that. This is what I will give out to the stranger. He told the heathen or the stranger how he has loved them. Go to Deuteronomy 10:18. They don't want this though. They don't want to accept this. Read that.
He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and loveth the stranger, and giveth him food and raiment.
That's the love of the Most High for these people, man. I can give y'all food and raiment just like I give all the animals on earth. That's your portion right there. That's how I loved you. The love that he gave to them is different from what the Most High gave us. He gave us a heritage, life and everlasting, a goodly nation. He gave us a promise. That's the different thing than what how the nations or the stranger was loved. He loved them and giving them food and raiment, just like he provided for everything on this earth. That's how he is giving them love. They don't want to accept that.
They don't want to accept it.
You know what I'm saying? They want what was given to us. That's why they usurp us. Nah, we want their land. It's no different. You see a man on the street, he begging food. You get that man bread and juice. He say, nah, man, I want a cheesesteak, a pizza, and a milkshake. I want no damn bread and juice. So what do? Do you go get what he wants, or do you take back for what you put your hand out to give him?
Hey, imagine you cooking a nice 4-course dinner, right, for your family and everything. You sit the plates out there, and you give your dog his food on the side, and he pull up a chair with the family.
In some American households, that's the way it is. I don't want to say
we wrong for saying this.
The rain fall on the wicked as well as the righteous.
Exactly.
He provide for everybody.
But this is hate speech.
Yeah.
Where is the interjection of our own words? That's what I want to know. Like you read what the manuscripts say, they fighting with the Most High. What the Most High say. We like, listen, man, take what you've been given. You don't want to take hold of the covenant. You want to teach us that we don't got to keep the Most High's laws. You don't want the heritage he gave the different nations on the earth. You want to go into the land that he promised us because it's better. You don't want the heritage and the name that he gave to all the tribes of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You want the one that comes in the land of milk and honey. Everything that the Most High is given to these people, they say, nah, we don't want that. We want what they got. And then say that we should be cool. We should be upset. They want us to be upset with the Most High because he didn't make them like unto us or better. That's essentially what they're saying. Y'all shouldn't agree with no God that wouldn't put us on par with y'all. Like, come on, man, they deaf, stupid, and blind, man. They on dope of dog food. It doesn't make any sense that they would come up with these conclusions. Like, we supposed to fight with the Most High because you not what he made us.
Right. Yep.
What man does that? What man meets a beautiful woman and then tells her if she chooses him, hey, that's not fair that you chose men. That's not fair that you chose me. What about all the other brothers in the world? That's not fair to them if you only choose me.
Right.
Nobody does that. Don't take that woman.
Yeah.
We always bring this scripture out too, right? Let's grab this one too. You know, because the thing is, man, people are dealing with a Elohim or a quote unquote God that don't exist. Like this, the same entity that we dealing with is the same one that wiped out the whole earth, saved Noah and his family. And people thinking that he got to save everybody. For some reason, people think he got to save everybody. He wiped out the whole earth, everything, and saved the man and his sons and their wives. That's not even a whole nation of people. But you got people sitting there standing around and thinking that the Most High supposed to save everybody, that he ain't say he was gonna save.
Save them on their terms, not his.
Yeah, on their terms too. Like, come on, man. Like, get real, man. Get real. Like we speaking hatred. So here's the blasphemy of what they say, and this is against the Holy Spirit when we speak it, right? They speaking against the Holy Spirit because we ain't saying nothing no different from what Zechariah said. It says, and his father Zechariah was filled with the Holy Spirit and prophesied. So he filled the Holy Spirit. This understanding that he about to say came from on high. This wasn't out of his own mind. This was from the Most High. And he said, blessed be the Most High of Israel, for he has visited and redeemed his people, and have raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our father Abraham, and to redeem and to remember his holy covenant. He ain't make no covenant with nobody else except for Israel. Where? What do we see consistently in the Bible? He said, saved from the hands of our enemies and all those that hate us. Where we see saved from going to hell at? Where you see that at? If that's the point, why do you see people in Revelations being judged according to their works? According to your works. And that's why you got people running around in the earth wicked as hell, because they think just because you say Jesus, 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 that you can go and you can do whatever you want. They don't know the meaning of repentance or restoration. Our people are robbed and spoiled. Don't nobody say restore. We don't want their damn reparations. We want out of here. But they don't want to give it to us because they don't want to restore us. They don't want us restored. prophecy after prophecy. We don't got to go to Deuteronomy only. We can go throughout the whole book and we fulfill prophecy. Why are we seeing ourselves in the book? Because we relate to these people in this book, because we are those people.
Yeah. Before you go there, Brother Barnett, I mean, it's all over scripture. I mean, not only is it talking about Zechariah and Luke, but, you know, you have a lot of Christians, they go to this point, they go to Paul in Romans. And Paul, I think, lays it out most beautifully in Romans 9. I mean, he brings out Esau, who the Most High hated. He brings out Pharaoh, who the Most High brought against his people and actually changed the will of Pharaoh to not let the people go. He brings out the fact that the potter has power over the clay, and if he makes some to destruction, what is it of you? And then he asks a really important question at the beginning of all that. He asks, is there anything unjust in the Most High? Because he does these things. Write what you have on the screen. What say we then? Is there unrighteousness in the Most High? The Most High forbid. So he's choosing a people, and he's making it clear from so-called Old Testament to so-called New that there's a chosen people, Israel. And everyone wants to deny that. They're calling the Most High a liar. He does not have a people. Everyone can come to the Most High. Everyone can be saved. We all need to join hands and sing to Jesus together. And this is the biggest lie on the face of the earth right now.
Who in here by show once had a person say to them in their lifetime that that's not the God I serve. The God I serve love everybody. Like who by show ones, who's ever heard that before?
I heard it.
I had this guy went to school with me. He's a Edomite, and he came on now, and that's what he was trying to say. God loves everybody. Well, after me and Brother Eric, the other brother Brother Yash got finished with him. He said he don't want to serve a God like this.
They even have our people say some craziness like that. Like they literally get upset that the Most High chose us. Like they really are not looking at what's being said to them. Most High chose you. But the ones who perpetuated the evils, you're willing to die for them by saying you don't serve a God that would choose you. You know, that's your discrepancy. This is what the church will have us to believe, that the Most High don't choose men on the earth. Then why ain't everybody prophets? Why ain't all women virtuous? Why are all men of integrity? You know, why are certain people chosen to walk certain paths if the Most High don't make choices? Man, he said, I knew Jeremiah from the womb. He said, I set thee a prophet among the nations. Why he make everybody prophets? Why have every good thing, every man, every woman and child wasn't chosen for just all good things, that the Most High didn't choose people selectively?
Hey, brother, that's what I call the Florida Evans Christians. Not my Jesus. You know.
Hypocrisy in that show, though. They never made it out of the ghetto either. Get it out.
Yo, you want to see even greater hypocrisy? Look at the show like Martin. Gina's a TV exec. Martin had a radio show, then he worked on TV, and they never could get out of an apartment or get a nice car. Like, how is it that a lot of these shows where it clearly looks like we're flourishing outside of the recent shows? Go back to the 80s and 90s. No matter how good we're doing in those shows, why is it that we always seem to be struggling with the bills? How could Khadijah and sisters or living single not be able to pay for her apartment? She owned a magazine. Like it's always meant to show, no matter how far we make it, that we still struggling. And that's kind of prophetic. What does it say in Habakkuk, where it says that, you know, it'll be like a hole in your pockets? Remember that?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You said the money that you get, it'd be like nothing, like you didn't
Like,
even.
when you eat, you're not gonna feel filled. That a lot of these shows is representation of how these scriptures speak to us, man. Like when we spend money, it always feel like there's a hole in our pocket. Even no matter how much we progress, it always seems like you're a couple steps from being in a situation of needing help.
You know, one of the most infuriating things I heard someone say when concerning, how hard we work, or even our condition in being poor, that we're lazy. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, you should see my hands. Like, lazy? Like, what lazy got to do with it? Like, our people work. Part of my language, we work our asses off, and we go nowhere. You know, a lot of times we don't support each other either. But still, man, like, it's not for a lack of work that we in our condition.
That's a narrative with that though. If they make us look like we're lazy, then it explain how everybody came here as settlers and was able to progress to having some financial wealth and generational wealth. But to change history to make it look like we came here as pilgrims and settlers too, that they're writing that out of the history books, that we came here as slaves. Like you can actually check now. I forget the name of the actual agenda of the educational system that they call it. I can't remember the name, but they're literally changing terms like slavery out of it and make it look like we came here for a better life like everybody else. But we're the only ones who didn't make it to the point where we were able to accomplish that. Everybody else did. So now, historically, if you go fast forward 100 years, if they spin the narrative that we came here like everybody else just to make a life for ourselves and we're still at the bottom, then we can only deduce that we were lazy and everybody else had a higher work ethic because we didn't make it like them.
Mm-hmm. And even before that, they already plan on us having the lowest. What was the worth, how much we would be worth, Brother Eric? I remember you stated the statistics before. You there, Brother Eric? I remember the brother stating the statistics before that we
yeah. When you're talking about the projection.
Yeah, the projection of how much we would be worth.
Yeah, it said by the year 2040, the black population, the black economic value will be zero in this country by the year 2040. The black economic wealth will be zero.
That's crazy. So that's their projection. That's what they telling you right out the back that they plan on destroying you. You know.
Well, if that's I don't believe for a second we're gonna be here in 2040. But that's interesting that that's their plan. Their plan is just right out there where the brother gave that information that they're trying to make sure that our value here is completely nothing.
Mm-hmm. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes. They are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith restore. Right? Hold on. Check this out. For a prey, and none said delivereth, for a spoil, and none said restore. Check this out.
A black man, dismembered body was found. Initially, they said, well, this must be.
My bad. You know what I didn't do? Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. And this is a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use. for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
So check this out, family. For prey,
A man, black man, dismembered body was found. Initially, they said, well, this must be the doing of an animal. Put up the picture full mask. You see, the family of this 25-year-old deceased black male, his name was Rasheem Carter. This was in Mississippi. That family decided to push the issue. A Mississippi black man who was found dead 1 month after going to local authorities, wanting help from the federal government. They want help from the federal government to investigate his death. Carter's decapitated body was found in a place called Taylorsville, Mississippi. He reportedly went to the police department on October 1st, 2022, asking for help, expressing he had been chased by a group of white men in trucks. This all before he texted his mother, Tiffany Carter, that, and I quote, 3 truckloads of white guys were trying to kill him and shouting racial slurs. So then she then told him, go to the police, right? Dutiful young man. Now the new sheriff of the Taylorsville Police Department says he hasn't ruled out the possibility of murder after initially saying there was no reason to suspect foul play at all. He has now changed his tune. Attorney for the family, Ben Crump, calls this a modern day lynching, saying because they failed to act. What we have is a Mississippi lynching, said Crump. A Mississippi lynching in 2022. America, you cannot turn your head away. We need the highest levels of law enforcement to administer justice for Rasheem Carter as if he was your child. Crump continued, this is not a natural death. This represents a young man who was killed, said Crump. His head was severed from his body. His vertebrae, his spinal cord, was in another spot they discovered away from his severed head. They have recently found remains that they believe are also Rasheem Carter at another part of where he went missing. What that tells us is that this was a nefarious act, an evil act. Someone murdered Rasheem Carter, and we cannot let them get away with this. Trump also added that the family was giving Carter's head and spinal column in a box from the state crime lab. And remember, the authorities said no foul play initially. Some of the last text messages, very sad. Here it is. This was sent to his mother. It read, me and the owner of this company not seeing eye to eye, mama. One text message read, if anything happened to me, he's responsible for it. I'm too smart for it, mama. He got these guys wanting to kill me. And that's what he sent to me. Tiffany Carter added that her son's car was not operable, and he had been riding to work with a coworker until they got into an argument on October 2nd, and her son was forced to walk. A family friend named Aisha Green agreed to drive to Taylorsville to pick up Mr. Carter and bring him to his hometown of Fayette, Mississippi. But he was not at the gas station where they were supposed to meet. Tiffany Carter reported him missing a few days later at both the Taylorsville Police Department and the Laurel Police Department. Smith County Sheriff has put him up. Joel Houston.
So let's stop right there.
Yeah, he's a purebred Edomite when they got all that damn red hair. He wanted the stock, one of the true stock of Esau.
So we still got this stuff happening in this country for a prey, and none said deliver, right? Nobody said restore. Everybody got a problem when they start talking about giving us reparations and things like that. Why? Because they have a perpetual hatred for us. But when we read out of the Bible, we're the ones that hate. We're the ones with all the hatred. We're the ones that are extremists. We're the ones that's radical. We're the ones that's condemning people to hell. I'm saying, like, forget them damn people, man. Forget them. I don't see no so-called white people out in the streets protesting that a so-called black man can be saved. I don't see no so-called white people protesting on these channels and arguing with each other that anybody that proclaimed to be Israel is still worth being saved. You want to be a light to them? Be a light to your people. Let them come to your light. If they come, then they'll obviously have deeds work to be shown. But they won't come to the light because their deeds is evil and they want to stay in the dark. None said restore. Before I go to this next one, any of you brothers got anything to add? No? Okay. I'm going to just play a little brief amount of this one. And I'm going to get your thoughts on this one and see what y'all think.
Did you hear that California is about to become the first state in the union to give out reparations to people based on their skin color? And you can bet if it happens in California, it's going to start a movement nationwide to have reparations in every state. Well,
my bad, fair use.
I'll tell you why this proposal is not only racist itself, but illegal, and how much it will end up costing you if it's implemented.
Hey, Brother Bunya. Hey.
Yeah.
He already started out kind of setting the precedent. He's saying that reparations are given to people based on their skin color.
Mm-hmm.
When that's not what it is based on the descendants of the people who were slaves in this nation.
Yep.
That just so happened to be black people, but he's trying to set the precedent just to make it out of a racial issue instead of looking at it from the standpoint that it should be. This nation owes a debt.
Yeah.
I'm Carl DeMaio, chairman of Reform California, and in this state, the far left politicians who control every lever of government, they are now trying to propose reparations be provided. Now, reparations used to be a fringe, bizarre concept that only crackpots used to suggest.
All right, so was it crackpots when they suggested that the Jewish people get reparations? Was it a crackpot when they suggested Japanese get reparations? How about was it a crackpot when the Indians got reparations? It's only crackpot out there when it's talking about giving us something.
You know, reparations for the Jewish people, which, you know, the United States contributes $2 billion a year, not to mention what the church donates to the modern state of the Israeli nation, or whatever they want to be called. But that years ago, I remember an article I read when that the United States made it illegal for any nation, any company to have let me say it right. Any company to have federal contracts that did not give the Jewish people reparations. Anybody that benefited from the Holocaust, they made a law that any nation that didn't give, or any people that want federal goodness, I'm saying it all chopped up. Let me make sure I say it right. Any nation or company that didn't give the Jewish people reparations, that they couldn't have federal contracts in America. Like literally, a lot of people who even just drove certain so-called Jewish people from the Holocaust or around that area, everybody who had any beneficial, had any part in it, rather, any part inside the Holocaust at all, had to give them reparations, or they could not get government contracts in America. And then this is an article I read back in like 2013, 14. And they extended that to white Jewish people. Like how it would be unfathomable for us to get reparations, considering the infliction on our people was greater than any other nation ever received reparations.
Because we didn't own slaves.
They used to say that we need to give reparations to Black people because of slavery that happened, 150 years ago? California decided to pursue this idea. In 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom and the Democrats in the state legislature passed a bill that provides for a commission to study not whether reparations should be given out, but how to give out reparations. Oh, they're skipping over the justification part. They don't want you to even consider that to be a debate. No, they're trying to figure out, well, how much should we be giving out on the basis of skin color to people who were never slaves? And it's not just the state of California looking at reparations. The city of San Francisco has its own reparations proposal. And I want to start out first by making sure that you understand that California entered the Union in the 1850s as a free state. We have had no slavery in the state of California. And yet, California may be the first state in the Union to basically increase taxes and give out money for people based upon the alleged impact today to people living today for slavery 150 years ago. California also has massive fiscal problems and budget deficits. So the question is going to be, how in the world would we pay for this? And I'll tell you about how much it's going to cost in just a minute. We're not talking about a small amount of money. And we're not talking about people who are descendants of slaves. We're talking literally about giveaways, handouts to people based upon whether they have the right skin color. And in California, the people who don't have the right skin color will be forced to foot the bill. So let's talk about the California.
Hold on. So this fathead ass pig looking dude, right? He said it's not based off of descendants of slaves. So what he's saying is every Black person that's dark skinned, or look like me and the brothers that's on this panel is supposed to get reparations no matter where they come from. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Am I hearing it correctly, bro?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to make it look like it's all you got to do is have some carbon or, melanin, and you're getting the reparations. That's the narrative he's trying to push.
And he's lying, talking about California never had slavery. Yeah, right.
He makes it look like that slavery ended just because the Emancipation Proclamation, the day it was incepted, that it just ended the slavery. He's not even talking about our people was running around in slavery. Whether people want to believe it or not, there's a documentary called The Cotton Picking Truth that came out like 2010, where some of our people in Mississippi, as of 2010, 2012, was still living on living in sharecrop homes. They still was picking cotton and stuff in 2010. And y'all can look that up. Like some of our people that was in remote places in Mississippi didn't even know that they wasn't even supposed to be treated like that. So This guy right here, man, they got a special place in the lake of fire, man. You know, I know he's trying to get there as quick as possible. He's just speaking out the side of his behind.
He's also staring up. He's staring up a bad signal, once again, making it a racial issue, because let's say this was to go through, that would stir up other nations of people against our people.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what he's trying to do. That's exactly what he's trying to do.
But you know, when them say this last thing, they're doing that race baiting because they think unequivocally that they're going to win. They don't really recognize what time we're in. He can rile them up all they want, and they'll get their asses handed to them because that's what the stage is being set for.
Yep.
Handed to him on a silver platter with a cover.
Serving up like he like Mr. Belvedere. Serve you, Mr. Belvedere.
In California,
in society,
not what we would
is passport.
Like another so-called
share with you some video from ABC 10 News, and I think you'll notice the one-sided coverage of this story just by listening it. Let's hear it, shall we?
California's first in the nation statewide reparations task force is meeting today and tomorrow in downtown Sacramento, and members are working on recommendations for state lawmakers on what form reparations should take in the state of California. And the goal is to help make amends for the generations of harm to African Americans caused by slavery and its longstanding effects in society. Becca Hobbecker brings us the conversation from today.
All right. Stop right there. The anchor tees this up by saying how we would give out reparations, not why, not whether it's justified. And then she goes along and says that, well, obviously there is a justification because there are long-standing effects in society.
Did she say that? Did she say that?
Which part? You talk about the long-standing effects of slavery.
Watch how he words it. Look what she's saying. Watch what he said.
I did coverage of this story just by listening it. Let's hear it, shall we?
California's first in the nation statewide reparations task force is meeting today and tomorrow in downtown Sacramento, and members are working on recommendations for state lawmakers on what form reparations should take in the state of California. And the goal is to help make amends for the generations of harm to African Americans caused by slavery and its longstanding effects in society. Becca Hobbecker brings us the conversation from today.
All right. Stop right there. The anchor tees this up by saying how we would give out reparations, not why, not whether it's justified.
She just said why. For long-standing effects of slavery, idiot.
And then she goes along and says that, well, obviously there is a justification because there are long-standing.
Did she say that? Did she say, oh, obviously there's justification because there's long? No. She didn't say that.
Yeah, but you know, this is the crazy thing is that if the effects of slavery has not affected us as we stand in America today, then I guess he's saying that the wealth that they accumulated as white people has not affected his position and where his people are at today in this country. That they are not still benefiting off of a lot of the institutions using slave labor to even build those institutions. All these companies that made what you would call old money from off of slavery and still, prominent today, not to mention the damn stock market where, first place we were sold, that they're not benefiting from slavery. How could they benefit from slavery in their position that they hold and slavery not impact us from us being in it and the condition we're in today?
Anybody want to add to that?
No, that's pretty much said it. They don't equate the wealth that they have today rooted in slavery. They don't make that connection.
They make that connection. They just don't want us to.
I mean, it's obviously you have to make that connection because the same concept is alive, just on a more democratic scale, I guess. you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
pray and none said restore.
Yeah.
No, nobody want to see us restored.
In society today, because we had slavery 150 years ago, makes it a statement of fact, not an argument. There is no room, by the way.
So we didn't have slavery, and it didn't have long-standing effects. We didn't have Jim Crow after that. We didn't have lynching. We didn't have redlining. We didn't have bombings of cities that was prosperous, right? We didn't have the projects. We didn't have the war on drugs. We didn't have mass incarceration. We didn't have the school to prison pipeline. We didn't have none of that. We didn't have Planned Parenthood put in our communities on purpose so that our people would kill their children. We didn't have the separation of the families and the households. We didn't have none of that. We didn't have Tuskegee experiments. We didn't have none of that stuff going. We didn't have Philadelphia bomb, right? Liar.
To argue that perhaps
the slave patrols, which initiated the police forces in this country, that is the reason why we even have massacres. Like the beginning of mass incarceration was supposedly to catch runaway slaves, either to return them to slavery or to villainize them trying to be free, or villainize our people trying to be free. That's translated into the time we have now, where they have basically made the prison industrial complex big business. I mean, whether it's crazy or not for people to hear it, hell, Michael Jordan is even invested in the prison system in North Carolina. Like, that's big business, and that stems from the initiation of the so-called police. Before then, you had sheriffs. Sheriff's deputies, these people are the one running towns. They was not called the police. Police come from the slave patrol. How was that not a translation to where we are now, that these same evolution of police officers now are the ones that take us before these court systems, and they mass incarcerate us today, where they're making billions of dollars a year, billions, through slave labor in the prisons, which they made a stipulation for inside the Constitution, which they had nothing to do with us. So you're going to get this from this, what is it, right winger, left winger, Tea Party, jackass. I mean, all these notions for these dudes.
They didn't promise 40 acres and a mule, and then after the war was won, take the land back and give it back to the same people that enslaved us. They didn't do that. They didn't have the slave codes.
Yeah,
right?
But even if they did, how are you going to say you free somebody from slavery, but we still run around with last names like Jackson and Berkowitz and all these things? How we still run around with your last names as a dog tag? If we freed us, wouldn't freeing us mean you restore us our names and reimburse us the time that we worked in this country, and then return this to our land? How are you going to be running around with stolen property and say that somebody was freed?
These reparations are not necessary.
Something else though. You know what else they did? When they desegregated schools, that's when the government stopped funding the schools too. That's why our schools are the way they are too now.
Justified. There is no room for that suggestion. Here's a clip of the meeting.
Capital, money, reparations. That will stimulate this economy for the 2.6 million blacks in California.
Dozens of people lined up to speak at day one of the California Reparations Task Force's March meeting held this month in Sacramento. They offered various perspectives on how reparations should look for Black Californians.
Now, let me just say, take a look at the participants of the meeting. And I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about not a whole lot of people are there. And it's attended by people who seemingly would be the ones receiving.
He said it ain't about skin color, but then he says that.
Receiving the benefit. And so I don't think that this is a commission that's looking at all sides. In fact, when you look at the membership, the commissioners themselves, they're all activists. These are all people who are full tilt, sold on the notion that somehow we have institutional racism everywhere, and that slavery from 150 years ago.
So we don't got institutional racism. Okay.
still is causing adverse effects to people today. And those people are victims and they need to be made whole. There's no conversation here. There's no deliberation. There's no studying. There's no weighing. There's no balance. It is a one.
How can you have a conversation with someone like this? You know, the type of conversation he have is the type of conversation where we have to close the door and me and him, we have a real long conversation.
Yeah, but why would it be a conversation? You rape, rob, and murder, take a person from their shores, you put your last name on them, beat out their history, and keep them long after you so-called emancipated them to go through the black codes, the slave codes, the Jim Crow, massacre. You keep them long. What discussion are we supposed to have outside of you setting a number in the boat and the plane? This discussion, like, what rebuttal could you give to us at all? Like, what are we going to talk about? How are you going to talk me out of you that I've been here over 400 years? Like, what would be your selling point that supposedly was emancipated 150 years ago? Like, that's like, it's no discussion to have when you owe me. Give me. That's all you got to do. Give me me.
The thing is, man, they owe us, but it's really nothing they can do to repay us. And what I mean by that, man, like, look, man, we can't get that history back. Like you wiped out, we got our names wiped from us. Our history, our culture, our identity stolen from us. Mass graves, all this country littered with mass graves of our people. Like the brothers that's in this panel, we could literally be real cousins, but we don't even know it. We got family members on the panel right now, but we don't know. But you know who your people, you know where you from, Mr. Fathead, Mr. Belvedere.
Undecided mob developing the craziest of proposals. And then it will be served up by the media, as you just saw from the way that this clip was introduced by the reporter at ABC 10. It'll be served up as something that should be unassailable, that it shouldn't be questioned, that we have to give reparations. So let's talk about the legal justification of reparations. Let's talk about what they're actually proposing and how much it's going to end up costing if these proposals are implemented. The state of California basically started out by saying, we're going to look at descendants of slaves, and we're looking at the impacts of slavery. And they very quickly realized that they didn't have a case to justify that there was an impact from slavery today. So then they decided to just throw all the slavery connections out. They simply said, California is racist through and through, despite the fact that it's been governed by a supermajority of Democrats for decades. California.
What the hell does that mean? That mean that Democrats ain't racist?
So he's saying he's racist, but the Democrats not. Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. So you admit that you're racist.
You never mind the fact that the Democrats is the one who set in motion the laws that mass incarcerated our people, and then say, "Oops, you know, my bad." You know.
Democrats are sneaky racist. He's straight up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, somebody put something in the. You see that, Brother Banya?
I can't see it
in the chat. In the right, it says third 3, I believe. Well, I think he got one of them people up in there. Says that we've been y'all want to be over here. What did he say? Let me look at what he said. He said Hebrew Israelism guy. The real Jews have 2,000 years of record of persecution. You guys only have 400 years. It's 5-1 against you. What is this guy?
Yeah, we already lit him up, man. We already lit him up.
He can't. Yeah, right. 2,000 years. Where in the world that comes from?
Yeah, we lit that dude up a long time ago, man. He ain't got nothing for us. He came in, he stuck his head, and he got his head lit up. Then he left out after that.
Wow.
I think I had a conversation with him, and I tried to get him to come on, but he wouldn't do it.
Oh, they ain't gonna come on, man. He's scared, man. You see what happened to the Jewish guy? Sound like Skittle. This dude sound like straight up high fructose corn syrup. Like, yeah, man. Where's the bait at? Like,
I gotta suspect the gadget guy. It sound like.
You know what I would like to ask one of them ish people, like want to put them on the spot. I would like to ask them, what do they say their difference is between them and European white people? Like, what is the difference between y'all two? How do y'all just make a distinction between y'all? That's what I'd like to get an answer from them on that.
That'll be a good question.
I would like to ask them, show me in history where y'all was enslaved by the Ottoman Empire or so-called Arabs. Show me that in history. It's very important.
Hilarious, man.
It seems as though, getting back to that video, it seems as though he's being dismissive with the connection between trauma.
Yeah, but he's making a lot of real stupid statements too. Like how the hell you figure like Democrats ain't racist? Like, how the hell you get that? How do you even formulate that?
Because some black people don't believe they are. That's probably why he's saying that.
He obviously didn't think this one through.
Probably because of, they nominated a brother before. That's probably what he's going off of.
Man, well, look, man.
A lot of white people think like that there can't be as racist. America can't be racist because a black president was elected. A lot of them believe that. They actually, this is like a prevalent, point that they use in rebuttal that America can't be racist because Barack Obama was president.
But every black person that's been nominated in a hierarchy connected to them. Obama, daddy was African, but his mom was one of them ish people. Then you got, what's the lady that she just got put on Supreme Court? She's married to one of them Edomites. You got to have a connection with them. Y'all notice that?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's how they deflect. They definitely try to use that.
Mm-hmm.
When we gave you Barack Obama, that was your reparations.
Yeah, but then that comes from a rulership mentality. A ruler determines what makes you happy and what's good enough for you and what's not. And that's how all of them think. Y'all had a black president. Isn't that enough?
Yeah. Why didn't you get reparations? You should have got something then.
But you know how bad they spit on Barack Obama. I mean, not to say that he's not in cahoots with him, because he definitely is, man. He might even be related to the Bushes, according to some. But what's even crazier is that the only time that America really took serious apologizing for slavery is when he was in office and said he should do it. Did y'all remember that? Yeah. They literally made the argument about it would be perfect if Barack Obama, the so-called only black man that was president, at least according, it would be perfect if he's the one who apologized for it. Now you tell me how disrespectful and belligerent that is. That's like the most callous thing I ever heard in my life.
And get up there and apologize for us.
For slavery. When technically, according to their narrative, he was a descendant of the slaves. So we should apologize to ourselves for being enslaved by it.
Go apologize for being Negroes.
Hey, white people, listen, they the coldest cats, man. They the coldest, most brutal. Like what did Mike Tyson say after that fight where he said, "I'm the most vicious." You remember that? And he went crazy about eating babies. That's how brutal they are, and what the things they say, they just say it real stuff.
Beast-like, barbaric.
It is institutionally racist, and so you should be given reparations simply because of the color of your skin.
What?
Yeah, they say if you lived in a neighborhood that was predominantly black and you have the right skin color, you get money. If you got arrested for a crime and went to jail, That's right. It was a racist arrest. So
Never
you get
mind the fact that they already articulated that if you're a descendant of slaves, he's just saying it's just totally omit that. You know, hey, they're not nothing to do with descendants of slaves. We're just gonna say just because you're black. You know, and let me tell you, white people will hear this and rock out with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I get money. I'm not gonna pay my taxes for that just because you're black, that you should get some. No way. No how, buddy.
When you take a look at the qualifications or the trigger for someone earning reparations, it really does boil down to if your skin color is the right tone, you are a victim. If your skin color is the wrong tone, you are a victimizer and you should have to pay. How much? The state commission has been looking at upwards of $360,000 per African American in the state. Again, to people who never were slaves in a state that never allowed slavery. Not to be outdone, the city of San Francisco developed its own commission on reparations, and it just released its bat-blank crazy proposals. They're proposing an immediate cash payout of $5 million to every African American in San Francisco. They will also eliminate all personal debt and tax burdens for African Americans. They then will guarantee incomes of at least $97,000 indexed for inflation for 250 years. That's right, for 250 years. And the African Americans in San Francisco will all be given a home for $1 for each family.
No,
I mean, why not?
Check this out.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it doesn't now, you know, not, I mean, there's a lot to really tax him on. So I know the brothers, I'm gonna let y'all get to it, but I wanted to say this. I don't know if you remember when they had, where it was the Million Man March in like 2015. And Farrakhan made a speech and he said, you know, the Most High is about to judge y'all. Y'all better give us what belong to us and give us a good send-off. It literally sounds like, yo, we're doing the best we can to give y'all that before the Most High judges us. That's how those stipulations sound. I mean, is that just me? Like they're saying, listen, let's give them the lion's share, and hopefully the Most High would defer his judgment. Like it sounds like us spoiling the Egyptians the way it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but you know what, Brother Elijah? Hey, y'all think about that. That's a good idea. I'm talking about if somebody want to make a vow for reparations or repayment, you better pay up before the Most High come. I mean, I ain't gonna stop what the Most High gonna do to them, but hey.
But you gotta go in there. Our name, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think I need to move to San Francisco. If they doing all that, they just take away my debt. I'm good. I can work.
Man, shit, they hoping that they hoping that we end up in the LGBTQ before we even get that money. That's why.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. No, I get it and I leave. I want
to
say
get them out here, man. Let's get them caught up in that abomination. Come on out here, try to get that money.
Yeah, you're right. They might ask me what time did I buy that bottle of beer.
But that's how they get down with it. Like it need to be that we get a free flight and boat out of this place to the place of our destination, as well as that money, because that's ultimately the scriptures is saying when it says you know that who is this like dove by their windows, that the Most High would take us, you know, from far, that he would deliver us home. So it would make sense that by ship and by air that they would say, okay, here's your money, and now we're willing to take you to the place that the Most High has called y'all to. That's the only thing lacking from what it's saying. The reparations part they're speaking, but they're saying instead of the reparations and repatriation. Once the repatriation part come in, that would be more of a biblical stance than anything. They just lacking the repatriation.
Promise eternal life. Flying unicorns. I mean, what else are you going to be giving out? I mean, this is untethered from reality. If you can add up how much money this is going to cost,
not costing nothing. Like think about this. They printing money anyway. They printing money. It ain't backed by nothing. No way. You trying to tell it's going to hurt y'all to print out some monopoly money anyway? Y'all not giving up gold and silver. You know, so what is it that you're fussing about, man? Printing out paper, notebook paper with dye in it?
What about all of the tax dollars y'all giving to y'all cousins over there in Europe, in Ukraine?
The Azov regiment and all that.
You know, that ain't costing a lot. That don't mean nothing. But
for me to join the left and their crazy philosophy and say, I identify as a black person. And apparently some of those leftists say that you can certainly choose your own ethnicity or your own
You know, the country club wouldn't like that, you
know. Gender even. No. The city's task force has a way of holding you accountable for that. They say that you must have identified as a black person, in at least one government document over the past 10 years. So you have to have identified as a black person in the last 10 years. Now, it doesn't say that you have to have lived in San Francisco for 10 years. So I can see this maybe as some clever plot or ploy, because so many people are fleeing San Francisco in record numbers. Maybe this is a way for San Francisco to try to like restock its population because it's become an unlivable city, but who knows? Again, that would suppose any form of logic to the people making these proposals. Now, how much would it cost to give $5 million per African American in San Francisco? Well, the Hoover Institute projects that tab would be $175 billion. And that is 13 times San Francisco's already bloated city budget. It's all but it's larger than the annual spending of all states in the union but 3. And California is obviously one of those states. $300 billion. It's almost 2/3 of the state's entire budget just in San Francisco alone.
If there's the ever passing, you know, the first thing I would get, guns, whole bunch.
I see what's going on. I mean, did they go through all this when they gave other groups reparations?
Oh no. We gotta pay because it's the right thing to do.
So we depending on the state budgets now. Okay, I see.
We don't have it in the state budget. We don't have the money. We just don't have it.
I see what we doing.
If you go into the Constitution books, man, the video we did way back in like 2015, 2014, and I cited it in one of the videos we put up, that any duties that a people does in this nation had to be paid in gold and silver. And I literally cited it, that they couldn't pay you in promissory notes. They would have to pay you in gold and silver for, I think it was called custom duties.
Hello?
The constitutions. Hello? And let me tell you something. They tried to pay us in government gold and silver. If we were to demand that, then you would know that is the end of this country right there, because they don't even have enough gold and silver. Like, it literally would mean the collapse and destruction of this country, which, you know, give me regardless. Like, you know, what you got to do after that,
exactly.
I'm not concerned with your benefit, like what they got to do if they go bankrupt or this country falls on its belly because they paid us. They owe what they owe.
Exactly. I mean, that's y'all problem.
We don't need to pay them anything. Let's just kill them. Let's just kill all the black people. Let's enslave them. Let's enact Jim Crow again. Bring back the Jim Crow laws.
Maybe they want to get us all to go to San Francisco. They said it's already unstable anyway. You know, maybe some, Project Blue Beam or Harper cause a big earthquake when we all get there to collect, and that's probably what the move they trying to make.
Yeah, I bet that's what they want.
Now that cost estimate was made prior to these other goodies being added, because that was just based on the $5 million. If you eliminate personal debt, absolve them of ever having to pay taxes, although that is actually a pretty fun idea, give guaranteed incomes of $97,000 for 250 years, and give free homes out in San Francisco for $1 per family, you're talking trillions of dollars. In other words, you're talking about a proposal that is a stunt, that is completely unworkable. Now let's talk about the state proposal, $360,000 per African American in the state. That would be $1 trillion of reparations in California alone. $1 trillion in just California. Or it would equate to an immediate payment required of any non-African Americans in California of $23,885 per man, woman, and child in the state of California. This is insane. $1 trillion. Now, why? Why are they suggesting that these massive payouts be given at a cost that is staggering to even contemplate? Well, probably it's because the Democrats behind this proposal, the activist groups behind this proposal, they know that this does not have a chance of becoming, well, it probably has a chance of them passing the law, but it won't be upheld in court. And let me explain.
And what are you crying about then if you don't think it'll be upheld?
Hey, you're right. Hey, y'all. I bet you everybody black now in San Francisco, California.
Everybody,
I'm black. Hey, look, my daddy is white, but no, they say he had black in him. I'm black.
Yep.
My great-great-great-great-grandfather is black.
Yep, for real.
And why? In 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which officially apologized for the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. Democrat President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had shipped a number of Japanese American citizens to internment camps during World War II, held them there without their consent, and violated their civil rights. There's no question about it. Now, by 1988, reparations were finally agreed to. And the bill that Reagan signed provided an immediate payment of $20,000 in 1988 to some 80,000 living survivors. Now, these are people who actually were put in the camps, not their descendant, not their second cousin twice removed, but the people who actually suffered the heinous injury. Now, adjusted for inflation, the $20,000 payments from 1988 would be $52,735 in today's numbers. So compare people who actually were put into camps, whose direct civil rights were violated for years, who still were alive. Compare what we gave them in 1988 in today's dollars, $52,735, to $5 million plus all the other goodies in San Francisco for people who weren't slaves. Compare it. Or compare the $52,735 for the
See, he's talking about people direct what he's trying to say. But I guarantee you, every last one of them wasn't alive back in 88. Now he's lying. But you notice he don't talk about the reparations given to the ones over there in 1948 that happened in 1945.
Yeah, they still give them money.
You know that? And what did America do to them? Nothing. So
of course the descendants wouldn't, of course the people that you did it to wouldn't be alive. It lasted over 300 years.
But even what happened in the Japanese, he trying to say they was alive. Now, who did he was talking about? What did he say? What president was that? Theodore Roosevelt, right?
Uh-huh.
So what year was that, y'all? Are y'all giving these presidents 1919?
Yeah.
You mean tell me that was alive in 1988? Man, get out of here.
I'm saying this is what's amazing to me, that he doesn't believe that killing somebody hundreds of millions. The hundreds of millions you kill our people is not just recompense to receive what is owed to them in reparations and repatriation. But yet, if one of our people died back in 85 and they catch the killer today, they'll lock that person up for somebody who got killed 30 or 35 years ago, and then reward the family with money, even though they was not the ones directly assaulted or anything like that, through like punitive damages to, or even have those cold cases where people died in 1920, and to bring that person, or try to at least bring that person to justice on paper by doing a cold case and solving a mystery. So you got a situation where he's basically saying, as long as if you wasn't directly in slavery, that you don't deserve monies, as if we're not affected by the genocide and the hundreds of millions of our people at the hands of his people. It's a convenient stance to come back and say, okay, well, y'all don't need to be paid for that, considering that you're not the ones who suffered those things. How could our people who died be paid anything? Like, how are you going to pay them? The only thing you can do is pay the descendants and the families, no different than what you do today. How do you pay somebody you already murdered? Or is because you murdered them, you say, well, there's no need to pay them?
You know what? I even would love to go toe to toe with him on the people, our people back in the 50s and 60s that was murdered. Nobody went to jail behind. 21, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Nobody went to jail behind. Why ain't Ronald Reagan saying the bill for that? Even with that alone, I guarantee you more our people died than them Japanese over there.
Suppose they gave $12,000 to some of our people in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Supposedly,
really?
Like, man, I seen a documentary where some of the so-called descendants of Tulsa, Oklahoma, received, I believe, like $12,000. If I'm not mistaken, I seen it, John, when I first came home. It was on, I believe, YouTube, where they was talking to a girl. She had some businesses downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it said, made some illustration that I believe that either she was giving $12,000 or they was talking about making it free for her to go to college or pay part of tuition. It was something like that they were trying to make.
Yeah. But shoot, that right there, that's like $12 or something, really, compared to what they went through. But how about the cities in like Wilmington, North Carolina? They took that. How about in Arkansas, 1919? They took that one. In Florida, there's so many that our people never got repaid. Also, I want to tell y'all, they passed a law in North Carolina. You don't have to get a gun permit now to go buy pistols. Wow, something's getting ready to happen.
Even if you got a felony?
I don't know, because they're gonna do the regular check. Like when I went to buy my shotguns and stuff like that from Walmart, they do a regular check, which I don't have a felony, but they'll do a regular check. Yeah.
Well, with that being said, brothers, I'm gonna conclude this live. You've been going for 4.5 hours almost now. But and I gotta get a couple of things done. I wanted to say to the brother Elisha and to the brothers out there, thank you for praying for my father-in-law. He has some issues with his liver. We had to get up real early and go and get him and take him to the hospital. He had some bleeding on his liver. The surgery was a success, but then they saw like a mass on the liver and they checked that, and that came up negative, so he didn't have any cancer or anything on the liver. So they just going to see if what was causing his liver to bleed in the first place. You know, he's a great man. I consider him to be my father, even though he's my father-in-law. They always treated me like a son. You know, and I just thank you for your prayers, bro. Thanks a lot, man. Brother Ibri and brother Kadar, man, I miss you, brothers, man. It was awesome having you brothers on, and we got to get together because we got some other stuff we got to chop it up about. But as soon as you brothers get a schedule going where we can do that, let me know so we can get together and put that production into play, you know.
Okay.
Thank you, brothers, for coming on too, man. And you always welcome on, bro. Anytime I see you, man, I'll drop the link. You brothers come on and y'all give y'all perspective, man. Love you, brothers, man. It's always a blessing to have you brothers on here.
Absolutely, bro. And once again, I want to thank you, brothers, for having us on. We are still family, you know what I mean? But once again, it's always a blessing to be in fellowship. Want to thank the Most High for allowing this to happen. I want to give him all the praise, honor, and the glory. And I want to thank you, brothers and sisters in the chat, for fellowshipping with us and making it home as always. You know what I mean? So love you, brothers, man. Miss you, brothers, and look forward to the future moving forward. Shalom.
Shalom and blessings. Brother Kadar, do you have anything you want to add before we get out?
Yeah, bro. Make y'all brothers too. Y'all be bringing that truth. I want to say this upcoming Friday, got this Edomite coming on my channel. He went to school with me. He came on at one time. Me, Brother Eric, and y'all just messed him up. So I made a post on Facebook. Here he go around his mouth about Paul. He think Paul was talking to white people. So, and so I said, look, man, I don't want to talk about this on Facebook. You know how Facebook is. They get you. I said, just come back on the channel. So he kept on. He wouldn't come back on. So I said, hey, I got a minister. Got out of a group called Negroes on the Yanakota. And I said, well, you and him can have a debate on who was Paul trying to save. Was Paul trying to save his Israelites enemies, or was he trying to save Israelites? And basically, he trying to say Paul's trying to say Israelite enemies. So he didn't want no more of me, brother, and y'all. He didn't want no more. So he get ready to come on now. Also, I would like to say is this: a lot of people is still not understanding about the prodigal son, Benya. So I think that you need to do something on that. If you do, please let me know. If you want to, you can come on my channel and do it. But a lot of people want to know about that prodigal son, because we brought that out. Me and Brother Eric was talking about that. And we said, Brother Banyard first one to come up with that. And I was like, wow. So
yeah, I'd be honored to come on and share. Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of people want to hear about that prodigal son and how that relates to the Northern Kingdom. Also, that same Edomite, Elijah, he want to say that the Messiah was speaking Arabic. So you good with the language? I said, "Oh man, there's so much going on with these Edomites." So I'm holding them a string, because last time we was on there, he got to the point that he said, "You know what? You trying to tell me that y'all can't change his mind? That he want to basically destroy us because we enslaved y'all?" And he was taking up for Esau. I kid y'all not. The dude took up for Esau, and I couldn't believe this.
Who is this? Somebody said drop your link. What is that about?
I think he's talking about to the brother's channel for the video.
Yeah, drop your link.
So I said so. You know what? I was on Folk Channel. I was debating this guy, and I told them, I said, "Come on, Salt of the Earth." So if y'all get some heat, y'all, it's my fault.
Hey. We're moderate if you wanna handle something.
I was getting into it. I said, "Come on, Salt of the Earth." I said about 3 times. I'm like, wait a minute. So if y'all get some heat, it's my fault.
Have them come on. I love to moderate. It'd be awesome.
But yeah, I just want to let y'all know. So I'll be reaching out to y'all. So we got these. I like getting them on now because if you watch the video, the guy, I let him have the whole. He just talked like y'all did, of course, And then when we start talking, he want to cut people off. and he said something. I muted him for a second. He said something crazy, but he did apologize. But me and him went to school all our life together, from day one. I mean, from kindergarten all the way up. He looks like a plain white dude, but he said he's put it this way, he is the real Spaniard. You see him, he don't look like, he said he's Spanish. You can tell he got Spanish in him, but he's a completely Spaniard dude. But he was a great long distance runner, Wilson High School, stuff like that. Yeah, but he's coming on Friday night. Y'all get a chance to check it out. But Yana Coda gonna eat him alive. He didn't want to. I had to manipulate him basically because he didn't want to go up against us again. So
here's the link to the brother Kadar's channel right here. Kadar Resurrecting the Truth. And let me give you brother Ibri's channel also. Y'all supposed to have been subscribed to that. I've been saying it for a minute now.
Hey, we had a brother come on now, y'all, was debating that the Messiah died for everybody and he turned. We ain't get the debate out. Brother Erickson, man, we ain't get to bring it. Before, in the middle of the debate, he was like, you know what, I got it. I understand. He calls me by every other day now. Yeah. He changed over. Yeah.
That was funny.
All praises the Most High.
Mm-hmm. He changed over. He said, y'all bust me to the white me. I have nothing for this. That's what he said. And we really didn't get into it. Really that bad,
Yeah, we barely got.
Oh no, she ain't gonna have no conversations with us. No way.
Barely got warmed up on him. Barely got warmed up. He was already tapping. But that, like I said, that's just how we terming it now. All praise to the Most High. He was a good sound brother, willing to reason. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's rare, man. You don't get that a lot. Especially when you have people come on to the channel who may be at variance with what you're saying. Send them to people turn around. So that kudos, that all praise the Most High. But with that being said, I gotta go now, brothers. Got to get stuff ready for my wife when she get here. She been out all day, man.
Let me say this one thing, Brother Bonnie, before we go.
Yeah, sure, brother.
Yeah, just to say peace and blood. It was good to have the brother Kadar, brother Ibri on, and I'm glad you brothers was on today, man. We had a chance to fellowship, man. All that peace and blessings and love to you, brothers and your families, and also to everybody out in the chat. Take and share this live, and maybe if it's shared enough, we can get that person that we dug in on today to come and holler the direction. Brother Bonnie already laid the groundwork, waging the war in them comments on him. So share this video and see if we can get him to reach out, and maybe we can get him on here, and we can really have a proper way to sit down with some of the contentions he made or some of the propaganda he pushed. So share this video on your Facebook and every other means that you can share this video.
Indeed. With that being said, like, share, and subscribe, brothers and sisters. And Shabbat Shalom. Walk in faith, walk in grace, and walk in obedience, Israel. It's been another live from Salt of the Earth. Shalom and blessings.